and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your belief. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana la taj'alna fitnatan lil ladina kafaru waghfir lana rabbana innaka antal azizul hakim. Allahumma innaka ta'lamu anna hadhihi al-qulub qad istama'at ala mahabbatik waltaqat ala ta'atik wa tawahadat ala da'watik wa ta'ahadat ala nusrati sari'atik fawasik Allahumma rabitataha wa adim muddaha wahdiha subulaha wamna'ha binurika alladhi la yakhbu wasrah suduraha bifaidil imani bik wa jamilil tawakkuli alaik wa ahiha bima'rifatik wa amidha ala syahadati fi sabilik innaka ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir innaka ni'mal maula wa ni'man nasir. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanatan wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Rofi. We hope the conference will run smoothly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are into the third agenda, which is the welcome speech by the Director of Polytechnic STI Alan Bandung, Dr. Joni Daud DEA. Please welcome Dr. Joni Daud DEA. The time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dr. Tri Widodo, MA, the Deputy for Policy, Study and Innovation in Public Administration, the National Institute of Public Administration, Republic of Indonesia. The Honorable Dr. Muhammad Taufik, DA, the Deputy of Policy, Competency Development of Civil Service, National Institute of Public Administration. The Honorable Mr. Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, Chairman of Indonesian Civil Service Commission, Republic of Indonesia, and as the keynote speaker, the Honorable Professor Dr. Ferdi Hafiz, Director of Asian Institute, Melbourne University, Professor Dr. Ahmad Bartada, Utara Malaysia University, Profesor Agus Suradika Muhammadiyah University, Jakarta, and Professor Stein Christiansen, PhD, Agder University, Norway, and their invitee and participant of the international conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second international conference on administration science in 2020. First and foremost, all praises and gratitude to Allah, the Almighty God, for all His grace and power to bring us all in the online international conference. Different from the last year's ICAS in 2019, the second 2020 ICAS now is held by online Zoom meeting. This is happening because on the COVID-19 pandemic, which is all of us, not only domestic, but also all around the world is facing. I hope that although in this pandemic situation, we can still contribute to the development of administration science through this wonderful international conference. This conference basically is the routine international conference program which is held annually by Polytechnic Setiawan Bandung. In 1990, the second international conference is held in collaboration with Indonesian Association of Public Administration, IAPA, particularly West Java representative. The other co-hosts which are in charge in this international conference are Public Administration Department, University of Pasundan Bandung, and the Fraternity of Lecture of the Republic of Indonesia, PDRI. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the pandemic situation, this second conference theme is linked with how public policy and administration face and overcome the uncertainties and turbulence in the pandemic COVID-19. As all we know that the midst of advanced development on science, technology, and economic growth marked by swift international trade transaction, the world was shocked by the emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic, which killed millions of people, paralyzed various sectors of economic and industry, and created enormous fear in various circles. Breakthrough effort to reduce the spread of the COVID-19 epidemic and economic paralysis were carried out by various countries by making various breakthrough policies in various fields, including health, social assistance in the form of social safety net and economic policies to generate economic growth. Apparently, we never know when the COVID-19 pandemic will end, but as a public entity, the state must always be present in order to overcome all the problems it faces. The state must always be a dynamic situation in finding appropriate and fast alternative solutions for immediately reduce the rate of spread of this epidemic and trigger rapid recovery in various fields. In this context, public policy and administration must always be the forefront of finding solutions in various sectors of life. One alternative solution is how public administration prepare the right policy to help the government find the right solution in formulating public policy for the beloved national and state. The multiplier effect of public policy and administration formulated by the government is crucially in determining how policy direction will be taken and how to predict its outcome and impact on the current crisis and turbulence. To meet the need of multiplier effect of public policy and administration, the Polytechnic of Setiawan Bandung held the International Conference on multiplier effect of public administration, public policy and public administration in facing the pandemic era, which a speaker of range academic ambition and practical expertise in the field of public policy and administration, public government, policy, political economy, development study from the National Institute of Public Administration, LAN, Institute State Civil Service Commission, Muhammadiyah University, Melbourne University, Utara Malaysia University, Agner University, Norway. Presenter who take in charge in presenting their topic come from internal Polytechnic Setiawan Bandung, Jakarta, and Makassar, and also come from other universities in Indonesia. The output of this international conference is international proceeding, which will publish in international and authentic press index web science, equal with Scopus. For this ICAS 2 conference, finally, I deliver great thanks to the staff member ICAS 2 Committee of Polytechnic Setiawan Bandung in arranging this conference, which is believed has a great international reputation and also great contribution to our institution. Again, we also very pleased and thank you for keynote speaker and all speakers who present in this online international conference. Your shared knowledge and experiences are helpful in building scientific development in administration science in the future. We hope the all participants and presenters also enjoy this online conference and have fruitful discussion in their presentation, which will be held after the panel presentation by all speakers. Again, enjoy your conference. Thank you very much. Billahi taufiq wa hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Johnny Daud, DEA, for the welcome speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the next agenda. The opening ceremony by the Deputy for Policy Studies and Public Administration Innovation, the National Institute of Public Administration of Indonesia, the Honorable Dr. Tri Widodo Wahyu Utomo, MA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Tri Widodo Wahyu Utomo, MA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Director of Polytechnic STIA Bandung, Dr. Johnny Daud. The Honorable Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinta, Head of KASN, as a keynote speaker. The Honorable, the speakers, Professor Dr. Fedi Hafiz, the Director of Asian Institute, Melbourne University, Professor Dr. Ahmad Murtada from Utara Malaysia University, Professor Agus Radika from Muhammadiyah University Jakarta, Professor Stein Christiansen from Agder University Norway, and Dr. Muhammad Taufik from NIPA. And also dear invitees and participants of the international conference. First of all the praise and gratitude to God the Almighty for bringing us all here in a healthy condition, even though our anxiety with COVID-19 is still not over. On this wonderful occasion, I would like to appreciate the Director of Poltek STIA LAN Bandung and the West Java IAPA for initiating and arranging this conference. I would also express my deep gratitude to the keynote speakers and speakers who have taken time to share knowledge and experiences. The main theme of this conference is multiplier effect of public policy and administration in facing pandemic era. It is indeed a challenging, contemporary, and important theme for us to know and respond to. Allow me to take this valuable opportunity to convey a theme-related issue, which I would call it transformation of society and public administration in facing new civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear all international conference participants, discussing the new civilization or new normal today, it cannot be separated from our understanding of the concept of change itself. If we look at the phenomenon of the new civilization that has emerged at this time, it is not something strange, but the nature of humans that occurs in life, wanted or not, planned or not. Therefore, change is always happening, as Heraclitus mentioned, that nothing endures but change. Everything will gradually decrease or even increase. They can become obsolete or new or disappear at once. In that context, the new civilization should not be responded to in glare or panic. However, because this new civilization coincided with the COVID-19, the worry behind the incident is quite normal. The impact of COVID-19 is very large and systematic in every dimension of our life, from social, economic, educational, cultural, political, tourism, and so on, so that it is very threatening to the survival and the future of mankind. The new normal has a variety of contextual meanings. For example, the rector of Parahyangan University proposed that a new civilization for Unpar is a condition to become the best center of learning based on divinity, knowledge, and human values. Likewise, another meaning conveyed by the government in the context of COVID-19, new normal is a new order to adapt to COVID-19 so that society is always productive. And there are many more definitions of new civilization or new normal in different contexts and perspectives. However, if we trace it from the etymological aspect, the new civilization can be interpreted as the heat of the level of inner and outer intelligence that has recently emerged. In other words, new heats of inner and outer intelligence prevail in our lives today. The next question would be, what is meant by inner and outer intelligence? Why does a high level of inner and outer intelligence appear and be required in our lives and our future? How can society and public administration deal with, adapt, and carry out transformation with the demands of intelligence at this high level? These are things that we must pay attention to. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear international conference participants, the demands of high inner and outer intelligence do not just come in our civilization today and perhaps in the future. There must be causes or various important and strategic social phenomena that arise in our environment so that the civilization is born. Several issues and strategic facts that become the main levers include, first, global megatrends. The global megatrends phenomenon has a significant impact on every country in pursuing development goal and the welfare of its people. KPMG, as a study institute based in Switzerland, explained that 9 global megatrends are most salient to the future of government and their co-responsibilities of economic prosperity, security, social cohesion, and environmental sustainability. While their impact will be far-reaching, the trends are highly interrelated. Therefore, government will need to consider and evaluate their impacts both in isolation and in combination. Possible option for governments to consider using the core tools available, policy, regulation, and programs, as well as the strategies, structures, and skills that future government will need to have in place to achieve the characteristic of leading practice government in the future. In this context, changes to policies, regulation, and priority programs are needed in addition to substantive changes in the state or public administration related to government strategy, structure, and competence. Secondly, the importance of Industrial Revolution 4.0, also known as the digitalization era. The world today has undergone very basic changes. New methods and platforms are formed based on technology. It was the era where everything old, whether it is a product, a brand, or a way of working, fell. There is disruption everywhere. When the beginning occurred, all the humanity was shocked by the incident because everything is completely unstable and chaotic. However, as time goes on, things began to calm down. Stability can be obtained. And what we need to pay attention to is that disruption does not only cause a shifting effect, but also a very large psychological effect for the industrial world and society in general. The digitalization that occurs with the presence of sophisticated technology has fundamentally changed the old platform to completely online. In this context, a new civilization is certainly born and demands various kinds of changes from society. The third, regarding the democratic bonus, the strategic issue has also caught by attention because many people think that this demographic bonus is a gift that will immediately come and will become a fundamental asset for developing the state without realizing that the quality of our human resource is still low. It is possible that in 2035, Indonesia will receive a lot of bonuses for productive age human resources. Consequently, in the next 15 years or so, the government of Indonesia is required to be able to increase human resources competency in line with the needs of the labor market, jobs, and also the demand of Industrial Revolution 4.0 and the global mega trends that have occurred previously. Fourth is the COVID-19 pandemic. The COVID-19 is, of course, one thing that triggers various fundamental changes in human life very significantly. According to Abdullah, the new normal has implication of two things, namely new normal as cultural statement and new normal as a precedent. In the first aspect, the new normal as a cultural statement means that the existence of COVID-19 presents a big question about how strong is Indonesian culture elastic in entering the new normal era. Does our culture have sufficient resilience so that it can accompany and guide people to deal with the new normal era? In the second aspect, the new normal as a cultural precedent becomes an important momentum because people's lives are required to adapt and make changes towards these new things. Abdullah has the new view that from normal to new normal is new civilization. All are not at the old normal and naturally adapt. Ladies and gentlemen, various changes and opportunities brought by various strategic issues mentioned above bring us to a consciousness that it is the right time for the community ecosystem to have a socio-cultural transformation. Therefore, the calculation of the energy and the potential in society in the form of physical and mental intelligence become an unavoidable necessity. Human intelligence, according to Zohar and Ian, includes physical, intellectual, emotional, and spiritual intelligence. Physical intelligence is how humans can take care of the physical activities. The effect of physical intelligence is expected that humans can carry out their daily activities smoothly without experiencing significant complaints and disturbances. Intellectual intelligence is the intelligence of human thinking, of understand the world and the knowledge. Emotional intelligence comes from taste, feelings, and emotion that mark in responding to everything. It is an attitude that appears as a combination of mind and heart. Meanwhile, What is meant by spiritual intelligence is intelligence that arises as a result of vertical relationship in which humans maintain themselves in relation to carrying out God's command and avoiding his prohibition. In the new civilization, I repeat, if the new civilization is in the form of mental and physical intelligence, and we conceptualize it in the perspective of the intelligence previously described, then the demands for change for society seems heavy and complete for every aspect, not just mastery of technology and science. And this is a must so that the process towards a transformative society can run very well for the good and welfare of the nation and the survival of the community itself. Mind and body intelligence can also be reviewed in the context of having certain competencies, such as knowledge, skill, and attitude by the whole society at a high level. Scott explained that people in a new civilization or culture today are required to have high-level competency in critical thinking, problem solving, metacognition, communication, collaboration, innovation, creation, and information literacy. Furthermore, Griffin, McGraw, and Kerr emphasized that these are competency categorized needed in the present era, namely way of thinking, way of working, tools of working, and skills for living in the world. The way of thinking includes creativity, innovation, critical thinking, problem solving, and decision making. The way of working includes the skills to communicate, collaborate, and work in teams. Tools for working includes awareness as a global and local citizen, life and career development, and a sense of responsibility as person and socially. Meanwhile, skill for living in the world are skills based on information literacy, mastery of new information and communication technology, and the ability to learn and work through digital social networks. So, if we look at the series of understanding of new civilization in the form of various mental and physical intelligence above, then the various strategic issues and facts that gave birth this new civilization do not always rely on our intelligence for mastery of technology, knowledge, and information alone. But more than that, it is how we reflect and interpret life and new civilization that are born in the form of the way we think, how we behave, and apply what values are our men holding for the new civilization. Why is that so? Because in simple terms, we can reflect on the meaning of change itself, that a change is not applying technology, method, and structures, or new managers, but change basically changes the way humans think and behave, according to Kasali. In line with these thoughts, Sugiarto also emphasized that since the Enlightenment era or Aufklärung to the 21st century, science and technology has become the most important magisterium in the human world. Furthermore, he emphasized that to solve practical problems, relying on science and technology certainly makes sense. But the more important thing is how to reflectively interpret life, how to think, how to behave, and what values are prioritized in a new civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, I would share a story about a video containing interesting stories from Thailand when the government educated its people about the importance of parent-child bonding. The educational video with the theme "Technology Will Never Replace All" showed how many young families rely on technology. However, they often forget that their children need more than technology. The video illustrated a father who doesn't know what to do when his baby keeps crying. Still confused about calming the baby, he tried to call his wife, who was out of the house shopping at the supermarket. His wife asked her husband to show her a penguin cartoon video. However, the baby didn't stop crying. Even when the mother did a peekaboo online, the baby still cried. Suddenly, intuitively and slowly, the husband was moved to lift the baby from the box. He looked at the baby with great affection, then hugged him. The baby also looked stunned by the father's gaze, and the baby stopped crying immediately. That is an important message to convey. This video closed with the important message that technology will never be able to replace a value, namely love, even though it is a key element of the new civilization. The sophistication of civilization, even though it has been spurred by sophisticated technology, is still not identical with the nobility of the understanding reminds us that humans are true learners. With experience, intuition, imagination, feeling, and logic, it is believed that they can evolve, adapt, and master the new civilization that appear at every opportunity. It's just a matter of waiting for the right time, patience, religiosity, and wisely facing it. The new civilization brings an important message to mankind that the quality of our civilization on the way of thinking and behaving must be at the high level, not based on fear, brutal survival, mutual blame, and suspicion. The significance of insights and greedy groupism. This thing, it is believed, can eventually lead to ridiculous violence, ineffective problem solving, maybe even self-destruction. Quote from Sugiarto. To fulfill the current need and to lead to a transformative society and a new civilization, changes that can be made to society must be carried out jointly by all elements of the nation through the following 8 ways. First, creating a sense of urgency. Second, forming a strong change, collaboration. Third, building a shared vision. And the fourth, communicating a shared vision. Fifth, consistently and sustainably encouraging the community to act in accordance with the vision. Sixth, reaching for victories in the short terms. Seventh, never stop keeping on consolidating. And finally, institutionalizing the approaches and apply changes culturally from time to time. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from the things discussed above, from the perspective of public administration, the need to make changes to society, including in the context of today's new civilization, is part of the role and function of public administration. The argument arises from the basis of rationality that public administration is the main pillar of government administration to determine the quality and the welfare of the nation's people. Experience in various countries in the world, such as Japan, China, and South Korea, proves that the goal of building a national society or national development of nations requires a fundamental prerequisite, namely the capacity of public administration. In this sense, Pollitt and Ingraham emphasized that public administration, which emphasize democratic, effective, efficient, humane, and just values, is a determinant factor in realizing the competitive power of a nation as a major force in a development. I would say that public administration is the enabling factor for the achievement of the development goals of the state. This understanding implies that public administration is not a matter of institutional governance, policy products, and public services, but more than that, public administration is formed from the construction of the social, political, economical, cultural, and technological environment. As a joint of state governance, public administration is a dynamic system that is formed by exogenous factors such as the social, political, economic, technological, and cultural development, both in domestic and regional and global environments, and also endogenous, which includes values, system, organization, processes, and human resources. This dynamic nature explains that on the one hand, public administration is formed by the external environment through an adaptation process, but on the other hand, the internal dynamics of public administration also determine how adaptation is carried out in the process of building public administration capacity. The ability to respond to these exogenous and endogenous challenges will determine the capacity of public administration in carrying out the vision and mission of the state. In the context of COVID-19 pandemic, critical questions have emerged. For example, what efforts has the government made to improve services for the citizens? What efforts will the government make for citizens to strengthen competitiveness? What efforts will the government make to ensure the security and safety of MES? What was the government efforts to alleviate poverty that grew during the COVID-19 pandemic, and so on? As for the issue of the demographic bonus, the question that arises is, how do we have enough jobs for the younger generation? How do we develop competency and ensure they remain relevant to the times? All these questions are challenges and automatically create all society construct in public administration to find the best solution. As stated above, the strategic environment of the state and public administration is the result of reciprocal interaction between the external and internal dynamic of change. Therefore, the constructor and the construction of public administration that is built must be in this way. From the point of view of public administration, Miller and Charles emphasize that the societal construction of the public administration that is expected today would be the following. First, responding to an increasing public demands for accountability for government performance. The second, the necessity of forming an effective and responsive government. Third, a participatory and deliberative policy-making process. Fourth, mainstreaming of local wisdom and indigenous knowledge. Fifth, the ability to adapt to global regional issues. Sixth, develop network and collaboration models in government business community relation. And seventh, optimal and accurate use of technology. Failure to construct public administration is as expected above, in turn, will weaken the capacity of government institutions in producing public policies, provision in public services, and strategic steps according to the challenges of these changes to realize people's welfare. To conclude, changes in public administration toward a transformative society and the civilization can be carried out in four important things as follows. The first, changes in the role and function of the state or government in providing public services. The second, the government process and policy making. In this context, it is emphasized that today's public affairs and problems can no longer be carried out by government alone, but by an interaction between the government and various non-government, business, and community actors. Third, the operationalization of governance by superior human resources. In this context, it is hoped that superior human resources and high intelligence are needed. Fourth, the use and application of ICT in building an integrated and efficient e-government. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the thoughts that I can convey, and I would like to thank for all of your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Triwidodo Wahyu Utomo, for the very insightful speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for the awaited keynote and panel speech and discussion from the honorable speakers. And this session will be led by a moderator. Joining with us, Mrs. Septiana Dwi Putrianti, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mrs. Septiana Dwi Putrianti, PhD.
Okay. Thank you to our Master of Ceremony, Ms. Endastri Anonsari. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for all lecturers, students, colleagues, and friends, and all the participants for coming to this virtual second international conference of administration science. I hope everybody is healthy and happy, although in the current pandemic situation. Okay, before we start, let me greet all distinguished people here. Excellencies, the Deputy for Policy Studies and State Administration Innovation of Civil Service of NIPA, Bapak Dr. Triwidodo Wahyu Utomo, MA. Good morning, Pak. Honorable our keynote speakers, Professor Agus Pramusinto, and all speakers, and also Director of Polytechnic SDA Island Bandung, Dr. Joni Dawood, DEA, and also present here the Chairman of IAPA of West Java, Dr. Yaya Mulyana. Okay, my name is Septiana Dwi Putrianti, Assistant Commissioner of Indonesia Civil Service Commission and Lecturer of Polytechnic SDA Island Bandung. I would be the moderator of this panel discussion. Okay, this panel discussion will be opened by our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto, MDA. Professor Agus Pramusinto is a professor in the public administration since 2014 at Gajah Mada University. Currently, Professor Agus is a president of Indonesian Association of Public Administration or IAPA. He also head of Indonesian Civil Service Commission or KSN. He graduated his master and PhD degree from the Australian National University. I invite Professor Agus Pramusinto. Time is yours.
Honorable Dr. Adi Suryanto, Chairman of National Institute of Public Administration, NIPA, Dr. M. Taufik, Deputy at NIPA, all directors of Polytechnic SDA Island Bandung, Jakarta, and Makassar. Honorable speakers, Professor Pan Sukim from Yonsei University, Korea, Professor Sten Christiansen, University of Agder, Norway, Professor Fedi Hadis, University of Melbourne, Australia, Professor Faisal Rifai Zainal, University of Utara Malaysia, Professor Ashari Aziz Samudra, Universitas Krishna Dipayana, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning.
Good morning.
On this occasion, I am very honored to welcome the government officials, speakers, and participants of the international conference, which is being held by Polytechnic Setelan Bandung and the Indonesian Association for Public Administration West Java chapter. On behalf of the Indonesian Association for Public Administration, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizers who managed to hold a webinar with a very relevant topic. Today, we will discuss the multiplier effects of public policy and public administration in facing the pandemic era. As we all know, countries all over the world are experiencing the same problem. Currently, the number of people infected has reached more than 55 million. Of this, 1.34 million people died. Now, let us look at what's happened in several countries. In the United States of America, with a population of 328 million, there are more than 257,000 people died due to COVID-19. In India, more than 134,000 people died, whereas in Indonesia, there are more than 16,000 people died. In China, there are 86,000 people infected, and 4,600 people died. COVID attacks humans regardless of ethnicity, race, color, and national origin. Public figures such as President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Boris Johnson, film actor Tom Hanks, President Silvia Berlusconi, football player Neymar, and Prince Charles were also unable to avoid the attack. COVID also does not care about the type of government. Governments with capitalist or socialist system, royal system, or republic face the same challenges. This event has shaken the world significantly. COVID-19, which we cannot see, suddenly destroys our normal human life. Many companies have stopped operating. Many workers have been laid off. Public services are severely disrupted, and children cannot go to school and play with their friends. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the government must always be present in any difficult situation. When various other institutions are paralyzed, the government must remain standing to serve its citizens. Public policies must be issued to overcome various problems. The budget must be provided, the apparatus must be deployed, and the programs must be implemented. What public policies have been carried out by the Indonesian government? Until now, the government of Indonesia has issued a very large budget. To overcome various problems, the allocated budget is 677.2 trillion rupiahs. The government increased the budget for handling COVID-19 from 405.1 trillion rupiahs to 677.2 trillion rupees. Thus, the budget swelled by 272.1 trillion or by 67%. What is the budget for? First, a budget of 87.5 trillion is earmarked for the health sector. The details of the budget are intended for spending on handling COVID-19, medical personnel, death benefits, contribution assistance for national health insurance, task force financing, and tax incentives in the health sector. Second, it is intended for the social protection of people affected by COVID-19 amounting to 203.9 trillion rupees. Such a large budget will later be in the form of Family Hope Program financing, basic food assistance, social assistance for the Jabodetabek community, bansos for people outside Jabodetabek, pre-employment cards, discounted electricity rates, direct cash assistance, and village funds. The third is intended for micro, small, and medium enterprises, or SMEs, affected by COVID-19 amounting to 123.5 trillion rupees. Such a large budget is used to finance interest subsidies, placement of funds for restructuring, and to support working capital for SMEs with loans of up to 10 billion rupees, as well as spending for guarantees of emergency working capital loans. Fourth, a budget of 120.6 trillion was disbursed to incentivize the business so that they could survive by relaxing in the taxation sector and other stimuli. Fifth, the government also budgeted 44.5 trillion rupees for corporate funding consisting of state-owned enterprises and labor-intensive corporations. Lastly, the budget is to support sectoral ministries and institutions as well as the regional government, which reached 97 trillion rupees. So the total budget for handling COVID-19 is 677.2 trillion rupees. Dear ladies and gentlemen, besides providing large budgets or large funds, how should the government respond to the problem? In a crisis situation, the role of government is very important in overcoming various problems. However, the role of the government will be effective as long as its officials are able to work with the following criteria. First is speed. That is how to respond quickly to any problems. When the leader gives instruction to subordinates to take immediate action, then when the order must be carried out, the answer is not wait a minute or tomorrow, but now or yesterday. Second is agility. That is how the apparatus must be able to think and act swiftly from one problem to another. There are too many problems that come suddenly that are impossible to answer in the normal way. The apparatus must be able to cope with extraordinary agility. The third is the ability to adapt to change. The current crisis has changed many things, and everyone must be able to adapt quickly. In this context, public services must continue to run, but use new ways of working. Many services are carried out online. Meetings are held using Zoom, Webex, and others. Inevitably, the older generation who are usually reluctant to touch computers are now forced to use them every day. The fourth is the need for collaborative work between various government agencies, both horizontally between ministries and vertically between the central, provincial, and district or city governments. Collaboration is also very necessary between government agencies and universities and the private sector. The central government must be able to provide policy direction that is supported by scientific studies produced by universities. Civil society must be invited to formulate various policy options. Local government must be given adequate authority to implement policies. Overall, the most important keywords are creativity and innovation in public policies and service delivery. Crisis situations should be used as opportunities for creativity and innovation. If we don't use it properly, the crisis we are facing will bring about another crisis that is even worse. Time will prove whether we are able to take lessons from the crisis to make improvements or just ignore it and lead us to adversity. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi
Assalamualaikum
wabarakatuh.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Agus Pramusinto, for the presentation and speech, which is very interesting and insightful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we begin this panel session discussion. We have 5 distinguished and great speakers here. I will first greet our respected speakers. The first speaker, Professor Dr. Fedi Hadis, the Director of Asian Institute from Melbourne University. Good morning, sir. Okay. And the second distinguished speaker is Professor Dr. Ahmad Madata Mohammed from University Utara, Malaysia. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam.
The third honorable speaker, my best colleagues, Dr. Muhammad Taufik DA from the National Institute of Public Administration Indonesia. Good morning. And the fourth speaker is Professor Dr. Agus Suradika from University of Muhammadiyah, Indonesia. Assalamualaikum, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. And the last speaker is Professor Stein Christiansen, PhD, from Ager University, Oslo, Norway. Due to the time difference of more than 6 hours between Jakarta or Bandung and Oslo time, so Professor Stein will join with us at 12 o'clock later. Okay, thank you very much. Before we start, due to the limited time, so every speakers can present and speak not more than 15 until 20 minutes. And I will give sign and information in the last 5 minutes before the end of time. Then it will directly to the question and answer session. And this will be held directly after the speaker completed the speech and presentation. And due to the limitation time, the number of participants who wants to ask any questions is limited only for 2 people first, one from anyone who raise hands or one from the chatting room. and the committee could help me to check and selected question from the room chat. So totally there will be about 10 opportunity for anyone who would like to raise any questions to the speakers. Okay, let's start this panel discussion. Let me introduce to our first honorable speaker, Professor Fedi Hadis. Professor Fedi is a director and professor of Asian Studies at the Asian Institute. He also Assistant Deputy Vice Chancellor International, University of Melbourne. He was previously Professor of Asian Societies and Politics at Murdoch University. I will invite Professor Fedi Hadis, who will convey the material entitled Political Economy Policy, Managing the Pandemic in Indonesia. Time is yours, Professor.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
Clearly.
I sent you some PowerPoint slides. Do I share
Okay.
them myself, or are you able to share them for me?
Okay, we can share the PowerPoint for you. Okay,
Yeah.
just a minute. Okay, Professor, could you just share yourself, because I think it's already open for you too, so it's easier for you. Yep.
Is it? Okay, let me see. Share screen. Damn, I didn't really know how to do this.
Okay. Okay.
You know what? I'll just talk. Don't worry about it.
Okay, I will share later. Okay.
No, yeah, don't worry about it. I'll just talk. So I've been asked to talk about the political economy aspects of policy making in relation to the management of the pandemic in Indonesia. So that's what I'll be talking about. So I think I have 20 minutes to speak. Is that right?
Yes.
Yep.
15 minutes. About.
So, all right.
15
so
until
first,
20.
Right. Okay. So the first thing to point out is that, sorry to say this, and I'm saying this as an Indonesian myself, the COVID response in Indonesia has been poor by any standards, certainly by international standards. I think there's absolutely no reason to be able to claim that we've got the pandemic under control in Indonesia. Ironically, it may not be as bad as in the United States, but still it's quite bad. And even though, in America, they claim that they have very high testing rates, one of the problems in Indonesia really is that testing rates are very low by international standards. And therefore, you do have to approach some of the official figures with some degree of skepticism. But as they are, the official figures show that there have been 570 cases of infection in Indonesia and just under 18,000 deaths. Again, I would approach those figures with a grain of salt because of the very low testing that's taken place in Indonesia. But generally speaking, I think very few people would contest my characterization of the response as being slow, fragmented, and inconsistent, right? And one of the things that I want to talk about is why has the response been so slow, fragmented, and inconsistent from a political economy perspective? There you go. Right. So there goes my slides there. So when, one of the things that was, I think, kind of if I may say, tragicomical, was that when other countries were contemplating shutting down their borders, Indonesia was contemplating carrying out a new tourism campaign, allocating several $1 million to pay buzzers and social media influencers to talk up Indonesia as a destination for foreign tourists. So that is just an indicator of how the seriousness by which the pandemic was approached was very low at the outset. And I think that even up to now, it's not been as serious as it should be. And one of the things that we've seen over the last 6-7 months is that increasingly the national government has been shifting responsibility to local governments to take care of the pandemic response, again, creating fragmentation and inconsistent responses. And also basically, you have central government figures blaming local government administrations for not being able to control the spread of the pandemic in their areas of jurisdiction, in spite of the fact that there has been inadequate central government assistance to these efforts. So next slide, please. So one of the things that is interesting in the Indonesian case is that there is a discourse on social resilience, which basically talks about community level social resilience. I mean, this is something that's quite nice in that, it's quite noble when you see things like your better off neighbors sort of organizing efforts to provide food or other basic needs to neighbors that are less well off, who have lost their jobs, etc. But the overall effect of it really is, again, to shift responsibility from government, especially the central government, the responsibility for dealing with the pandemic. And in fact, as noble as the community responses have been in some communities in Indonesia, especially in some of the urban communities, they have only had to come to the fore because of inadequate government responses in the first place. These community-initiated responses would not need to have emerged in the way that they have had there been a more well-coordinated and well-thought-of government response. And one of the things that the pandemic has done is it has exposed social inequalities in Indonesia and also the nature of the politics of policymaking in this country in ways that I think are not very nice. So, for example, months ago we had a pretty senior government official blaming the poor for the pandemic, and this is a quote in which that official labeled the poor as the sources of disease, contagion, and threat. Threat for whom? Well, I imagine threat for to the more affluent parts of society. There are some sort of objective sort of economic conditions that provide the context for these sorts of statements, these sorts of views, in that really over the last 30 years or so, the development of social inequalities, economic inequalities in Asia have only grown. It sort of was pushed back just a little bit around 2017, 2018 by looking at the Gini ratio. But other statistics show things which are quite startling. According to the World Bank, 1% of Indonesians have 50% of the wealth in the country, and 90% of the population have only 20% of the wealth. So if you look at, this from the point of view of, well, the social inequalities and the pandemic that I was talking about, well, is it any wonder that poor people, in the informal sector, where 60% of Indonesians toil, cannot work from home, that they must, go out to the streets and do whatever they have to do to eke out a living, and therefore, become a source of the spread of the pandemic. That in itself, I think, isn't a reflection of irresponsibility or of ignorance of social distancing rules and these sorts of things, but something that comes out just out of economic necessity. So, when you have lots of poor people huddled in, sort of crowded urban slums and so on, and you say you need to social distance, well, I mean, go visit some urban slums in Jakarta, Bandung, Surabaya, the big cities. Is it possible to actually do that? So go ahead. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to draw attention to something that the World Health Organization came up with some time ago, something that they called the social determinants of health. And the way that they defined those social determinants were as follows. They said that these determinants were the circumstances in which people grow, live, work, and age, and the systems put in place to deal with illness. It goes on to say that in turn, these circumstances are shaped by political, social, and economic forces. Now, the WHO, isn't any sort of ratback radical organization by any means, but it neither was the World Bank. And it says in that report that social inequalities and disadvantage are the main reason for avoidable and unfair differences in health outcomes and life expectancy across groups in society. So basically, the World Health Organization, I think, agrees with me that issues of social inequalities has a great impact on the way that things like pandemics pan out, the sorts of people that bear the brunt of them, and therefore that policies really need to be attuned to the context in which they're being made, and they're meant to be implemented, and they're meant to respond to. But instead, we've had another government official say, rather, I think insensitively, that the rich should take care of the poor so they can live without hardship. All right, so that's nice, poor, charity, etc. But the poor, whereas the poor can look out for the rich by not infecting them with the virus. So that goes back to the previous official's idea that the poor is a source of disease, contagion, and threat for everybody else meaning the more affluent. And I think that just, sort of reflects a kind of mentality which I think is bothersome around some sections of policy-making circles in Indonesia, where there are particular assumptions about the behavior of the poor that I think are not based on a empirical knowledge of of everyday life as experienced by the less affluent in society. So I think we can go to the next slide now. Now, there've been several policies that have been put forward to deal with the pandemic. I do have the data somewhere around here, but I didn't put it on my slides. But there's a budget that has been put together to respond to the pandemic, and what was it? I was looking at it earlier, something like 58% of the budget is allocated to assist business, which is fine in that, you have to assist business so that they can, maintain employment, etc. But 58% is directed at business. Something like 28 or 29% is for social safety nets, I believe, and something like 13% is for improvement of health infrastructure. And for that reason, I think that we should not be surprised if we constantly hear that workers are in the front line of dealing with the pandemic, the health workers and so on, have to work under very, very dangerous situations, that they are often going to be infected themselves, that they don't have the PPE equipment, etc., that would provide them from some protection from the pandemic. So 58% for business, something like 29% of whatever it was for social safety nets, and something like 13% for improvement of health infrastructure. Now, some of that money, interestingly, that goes for social safety nets have gone to pay for an online training program for the unemployed. And now the thing is, it's very interesting to me, at least, that the scheme actually predates the pandemic, that the scheme was hatched before the pandemic took place, that's been implemented in the context of the pandemic, and is being funded by the pandemic response money. So actually, it's not something that was designed, custom-made to deal with the issues that are currently faced. And shockingly, I think to me, I think it should be a shock to most people, that the budget, as limited as it is, has not been spent. There's a great deal of underspending in the midst of the greatest health crisis in living memory. Yeah, and that is, I think, really, really sort of reflective of what I call the the slow, fragmented, and inconsistent response to the pandemic. Instead of paying attention to spending that budget and making sure that it goes to the areas that it's most needed, new controversial laws have been passed instead, which is supposed to help the economic recovery. And I must say that I've spoken to some economists that are, like me, quite skeptical about whether these laws, which are under the umbrella of the omnibus law, they call it, will have an effect. But we do know that the law will have an effect in these areas. It'll restrict labor rights. It'll it would stimulate the propensity to hire outsourced workers and so on, and therefore increase precarity in employment, etc., which has always been, anyway, a big problem within the Indonesian labor force. It's also detrimental to the environment because the regulatory framework on the environment has been, as it's been centralized, has also been relaxed. And one of the major things that Indonesia faces in terms of its long-term development issues is issues like deforestation, destruction of natural resources, and so on, all of which will have economic consequences. And the other thing is that this really opens up new avenues for what I call predatory politics, with these sorts of laws, the sorts of business, political, local bureaucratic alliances to make use of these relaxation of laws to, sort of govern these areas, can be utilized for, not for the public good, but for private accumulation of capital, which I call predatory politics here. And the final slide here, I think I'm about to run out of time anyway. So from a political economy perspective, the conclusion that I gain from all of this, sort of connecting the sort of specific issue of the pandemic and the pandemic response to broader political economy issues in Indonesia and how political economy impacts on policymaking are as follows. 20 years plus of democracy has not reversed trends towards growing inequalities in Indonesia that started in the late 1980s during the authoritarian period. So the onset of democracy in 1998 did not reverse that trend. In fact, it increased that trend, except for the minor reversal if you look at the Gini ratio only around 2017 and 2018. The kinds of politico-business alliances that dominated the authoritarian period, which some people like me have dubbed the oligarchy, have been reproduced down to the local level within Indonesian democracy. So if these politico-business alliances had in the authoritarian period been protected by an authoritarian state, that is no longer necessary. The dynamics of electoral politics, party politics, which they do dominate anyway, seems to provide a sufficient protection to the extent that authoritarian rules really doesn't matter that much to them. That control over parliaments, over political parties, over the electoral process, which is very expensive and does require those politico-business alliances, are sufficient anyway. So the response to the pandemic shows that in this context of oligarchic dominance, that the pandemic response really shows how policymaking in Indonesia, even in a democracy, not under authoritarianism as we were before 1998, remains skewed to the interests of the powerful. By the way, there is now a lot of talk about when the vaccine, if and when the vaccine becomes available to Indonesians, that a proportion of the vaccines will be made available to those who can pay for it. And therefore, you'll have a dual mode where there's some vaccines which will be available publicly and where you have to line up for it, and vaccines that will be more readily available for those who pay for it. And this, again, I think shows policymaking that is not based on values of social inequality, but are skewed towards the interests of the powerful. And I'll just say something very quickly about this. One of the problems really is that there's been no coherent civil society response to all of this thing. Part of the reason, of course, is that it's very hard to organize in civil society in the midst of the pandemic when you can't gather and so on. But generally speaking, civil society has been pretty weak and incoherent and fragmented in Indonesia as a legacy of the authoritarian period anyway. So it seems like policymaking will continue to be skewed in the direction of the powerful, and we might see more policies such as those governing the rollout of vaccines, which will not be equitable, sorry to say. Okay, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ferdi, for the interesting and very good presentation and information. We go straight to questions and answer session. If there are already questions from the participants. Okay, anyone who will asking or maybe get a response from what Professor Ferdi already presented, please raise your hand. Okay. I think it's still too early. Yeah, they ask the question. So if not, we can continue for the second speakers, and
There's a
then
Q&A. There are questions on the Q&A board.
oh yeah, okay.
On the chat, please.
I think in the room. Okay. There is a questions from Thomas Bastomi. The question is that the COVID-19 pandemic changed all structures, including government, and this is an opportunity to formulate policies regarding the accountability relationship of the central and local governments. How did the speakers respond to this? Does regional autonomy still need to be evaluated? Please answer the question, Professor Fedi.
Well, I mean, regional autonomy has some good things and it has some bad things as well, in the way it was implemented from 2001. One of the things that has been bad about it is that a lot of the kinds of, sort of political, business, bureaucratic alliances that I was talking about at the national level have just been replicated at the local level due to decentralization, and that's created a lot of uncertainty for business, for civil society, for the rule of law in general. Does the pandemic offer a reset? I would caution, first of all, what sort of reset you would be sort of envisaging or imagining. I think that some of the pendulum going back to central government over the last few years has been a response to the way that policy and policy making have been implemented in ways that are skewed to the interests of local elites in the context of decentralization. But the way that the reset up to now has taken place in the midst of the pandemic is that I alluded to this. Some of the regulations having to do with business permits, having to do with environmental compliance and so on, have been centralized in a way that also cuts off a lot of the avenues for outside or maybe civil society sort of involvement in their scrutiny. So it's not really just a question of decentralization and centralization, but what kind and how they are to be implemented, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Pak Thomas, it's already answered by Professor Fedi, your questions. And there are another two questions, Professor, from the chat. First is from Dr. Said Abdullah from Polytechnic STIL Bandung. The question is regard with the pandemic situation, particularly with how public policy is framed with political context. Would you please elaborate on how the oligarchy interests in Indonesia influence the policy making in Indonesia?
Well, I think you see that in most areas of policy making in Indonesia. And I think what the pandemic provides for us analysts is a case study. And it's a case study to be dwelled into over the coming years with more research and so on. But it seems to me that at least at a superficial level, at least, you can see some of the tendencies in which this is happening. For example, no matter what one thinks of the omnibus laws, and there are good things about it in that, for example, there are incentives for small business that are informal to become formal, and that might be good for employment and access to things like credit, etc. But there are other things that you would wonder about, what sort of interests are being protected here. So, for example, the law on what was it, minerals and and coal. Yeah, well, this just opens up lots of ways in which people can abuse their access to mining sites. Even today, people, companies going to mining sites, deplete it, and then don't restore, the environment in the way that they found it. And so not only are the resources depleted, but the environment is destroyed. And a lot of this seems to be facilitated and pushed forward by clauses within the omnibus law. So who does this benefit? Well, I would think that it benefits the big business interests, sort of linked up in oligarchic partnerships, and the fact that they're pushing this in a context where there is little room for public debate and public discussion tells you that there are particular kinds of interests that are being protected or insulated from public scrutiny.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Professor. And then the last question, this is from Dani from University of Pajajaran. He asked about, as we know that not a single country is ready to face the COVID-19 pandemic, and no country has yet experienced this global pandemic, including Indonesia. And of course, pandemics have an impact on public health and the economy. President Jokowi has issued a policy address COVID-19 as a global pandemic. This is faced by Indonesian people through President Decree number 11, 2020. However, the process, there is no synchronization between the central and regional governments in issuing policies related to handling COVID-19. So why can this happen? And what is wrong in the administrative system in Indonesia? Thank you.
So I think that the pandemic hasn't necessarily changed anything. What it has done is to show the way things really are in Indonesia, more starkly. So, for example, the social inequalities that I talked to you about, it's just shown more starkly. And that's not just the case in Indonesia, by the way, in America too. I mean, it's the poor that have borne the brunt of the pandemic. And and they talk about racial minorities and so on being victimized. And in the UK, there's the gap between the northern and the southern side of England, for example. And Indonesia, it does show that, if you happen to be in a good job, of course, where you can work from home and all that, well, you're safe, as long as you don't, get, bored and go to the mall without a mask, at least, right? But there are millions and millions of people who can't afford to do this because they have to eke out a living out in the streets, right? And this is what the pandemic has shown us, really, that millions and millions, of our countrymen are in a context or in a life situation where, a pandemic like this puts them in the dilemma of, well, do I eat or I die, from the COVID? So in that context, a lot of the social distancing sort of policies and so on are only going to have some degree of effectiveness, out of the necessities of the realities of everyday life. But beyond that, we also see that the government really took a very long time, in my opinion, to take this quite seriously. Not as bad as some governments, but it took quite a long time. And because of that, some local governments had to actually take charge, right? And then they made up their own regulations and so on. And then provincial governments or central governments say that, well, this is against, this is not your authority, etc. And therefore, you get a situation where there's a lot of confusion about who has the authority to do what. And what does that show? That shows that, the whole governance structure of Indonesia post-reform, even after all of the aid on good governance and so on that we've received over 20 years is still quite disorganized. And that, a lot of things are being directed on the basis of very short-term interests and very short-term thinking. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Professor Fedi, for answering all the questions. Actually, there are still many questions in the chat room and YouTube, but because of a time limited, later we will return to this question at the end of the session. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now we have the second distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmad Madata Muhammad from University Utara Malaysia or UUM. Professor Ahmad is a professor of governance and head cluster of governance and integrity of UUM for 26 years. He has published many journals and books in the public sector. He graduated from PhD Political Science or Public Administration at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale, USA in 2004. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam.
Okay, I will invite Professor Ahmed, who will convey the material entitled The Impact of COVID-19 Crisis on Sustainable Food Security Agenda in Malaysia. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Moderator, distinguished speakers, participants, organizers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. First, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to Bapak Said for inviting me to become part of the speakers in this timely conference. I believe that this conference is very good, and the issue that even the previous speaker that talked about is very interesting, and hopefully my talk today will also shed some light on issues facing not only Malaysia but countries all over the world, when it comes to global crisis that we are facing right now. So the title of my presentation is The Impact of COVID-19 Crisis on Sustainable Food Security Agenda in Malaysia. And if we are talking about food security, we have to, first of all, talk about the bigger framework of food security, which is human security. And a lot of countries have been addressing the issue of human security. And in times of COVID-19 crisis, one aspect that really related very much to human security is food security. So if we were to analyze in terms of human security, there are 7 dimensions: economics, political, community, health, environmental, personal, and food. So my topic today will give a lot of intention to food security because this aspect of human security has been given a lot of attention, especially its impact on the citizens in light of the current pandemic. So let me briefly give you a background of food security in Malaysia. And in fact, food security in Malaysia has been addressed through piecemeal intervention. A lot of people have been saying that there is not enough attention given in terms of making sure that food security is always at the top of the agenda. So most of the time there were issues regarding food security, but most often the issues that have been addressed tend to be very short-term measures rather than long-term measures. And when it comes to the current pandemic, the issue of food security has been very, very significant. And in fact, if we are talking about food supply, food processing, issue of safety, issue of governance, and issue of trade imbalance in regard to food, these are some of the serious issues facing the country, especially when we are talking about food security. So food policies are important. If we are talking about sustainable development goal, and Malaysia is one of the countries that become part of SDGs. And if we are talking about 17 goals of SDG, goal number 2 is very much related to that is, for example, to end hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. So Malaysia has been paying a lot of attention and have taken a lot of commitment, have done a lot of initiative to ensure that we are on the right track to achieve SDG number 2. Yet, during the global pandemic COVID-19 crisis, Malaysia has also been badly affected by this, and one aspect or one area in which the government has taken a lot of attention is to highlight the issues in regard to food security. And traditionally in our country, agriculture remains an essential sector of Malaysia's economy. And in fact, from the past few years, agriculture contributed roughly 12% of our national GDP. And in fact, providing employment for 16% of the whole population. And most of the time, people who live in the rural areas, they are most of the time actively involved in agricultural activities, and therefore some of the sectors, some of the areas of agriculture have been very successful in terms of uplifting the standard of living of communities through extensive activities in agriculture. So in a way, prior to COVID-19 crisis, agriculture has remained a very significant contributor to Malaysian economy. And in fact, agriculture also has been given a lot of opportunities for people, especially in the rural areas, to improve their standard of living. However, there are also challenges, and among them include a lack of education, negative perceptions, lack of capital, small land areas, ineffective infrastructure, and workers with limited ability. And coupled with the fact that when the country is facing COVID-19 crisis, the government has taken a lot of steps, especially to stop people from going to work. A lot of time because of this dangerous infection of COVID-19. So certain areas have been imposed with movement restriction. Therefore, a lot of people cannot go and do a lot of regular activities prior to COVID-19 crisis. So in a way, agriculture is one area in which it is badly affected and causes a lot of problem in terms of production of food. And if we are talking about agriculture, Malaysia imported 740,000 tons of rice last year, which came at a cost of 1.18 billion ringgit. So this is very significant. And in fact, if we were looking at the paddy production in Malaysia, it's still not enough to meet the consumption needs of citizens. So let's look at the bigger framework of food security. So at the top here is food consumption status, health status, nutritional status, household, and regional or national. When it comes to food security framework, we have to realize the fact that Malaysia's ability to sustain our food security is very much dependent upon the stability of our neighboring countries, and also the stability of countries that continue to export our food, continue to export food to our country. So food supplies and food access, food availability, and food sustainability are pretty much greatly impacted by COVID-19 crisis, because countries do not open their border. And countries do not open their border and start to focus their consumption on the domestic consumption. Therefore, it puts a lot of strain on us, because we are some of the agricultural products we have to import from other countries. And in fact, this another significant factor also is the contextual and underlying conditions in terms of food security framework, demographic condition, economic condition, environmental and natural resources, political conditions, socio and cultural condition, risk, hazard, and shock. These are also some of the underlying conditions that inadvertently affect our ability to continue to have sustainable food consumption and sustainable food production. So let's go over to more specific aspect of food security. Now, if we are talking about food security, we are also talking about food availability, whether it is being produced domestically or we have to import. Economic access, with the COVID-19 crisis, a lot of people cannot go to work, and almost 1 million people, the recent statistic shows that almost 1 million people have lost their job due to the pandemic. So in a way, it lessens their ability to purchase food, and in a wider effect, also limit their ability to consume a lot of important and nutritious food. And the stability of food supply, with regard to social political and economic factors, are also a big concern when it comes to food security. Therefore, if we are talking about food security in general, food security is contingent upon adequate food supply, effective distribution, affordability, and ease of importation. All of these factors have greatly affected in regard to food security because of the COVID-19 crisis. And if we are looking about agricultural food production, although the statistic here has not exhibited the current status, but most of the time the trend is almost similar. We look at the agricultural production, it's becoming less and less. And therefore, a lot of time we are dependent on food import from foreign countries to meet the growing demand of food consumption. And the growing dependence on food import may cause a threat to our food security agenda, because when it comes to national crisis or when it comes to global crisis like COVID-19, a lot of countries are not willing to export their food because of the demand from the local consumption. And therefore, it also puts a strain. And even if those countries are exporting their food product, the cost of food has grown and risen significantly, because a lot of time with this pandemic, transportation cost is increased, and also some of the aspects of food aspects that need to be produced also have seen a tremendous increase in the price. Therefore, overall, it put a lot of strain on local importers whenever they wanted to import food from other countries. And if we are talking also about food production, the pandemic has a significant impact on Malaysia's agricultural industry, especially paddy sector, as our country imports 40% of our consumption from different countries. And if we look at specifically, 2.7 million tons of rice in 2016, of which 67% was produced locally, while the rest was imported primarily from Thailand, Vietnam, and Pakistan. So if we were to compare with the production and the consumption, we can see here, according to the statistic, it shows that our production is much lower than our consumption. And therefore, despite the fact that government has provided a lot of subsidies, a lot of incentive through Ministry of Agriculture, still the production of rice is not as much as if we were to compare with our neighboring countries. And this also poses a threat to our food security agenda when we are dealing with global crises like COVID-19. And let's look at the industrial commodities based upon the target of 2020 and also what the country has been able to achieve. Rubber, we are also not producing enough based upon the target. If we look at the target here, it's 2.2, but the one that we achieved is only 1.3. Oil palm, yes, we are one of the major producers of oil palm. Cocoa is also not been very successful, similar to pepper. And also look at other agro-food commodities like paddy, similar to what I have been saying earlier. We have not been productive enough to meet the growing demand of our citizens. Vegetables are also the same. We have not produced enough. We have to import a lot of time from other countries for the consumption of citizens for vegetables. Fruits, we have enough. Coconut, yes. Fisheries, yes, we have adequate supply. So let's look at the import and export balance. And it has shown here, even though the statistic was kind of old, but the recent statistic is also similar. Our import is much higher than our export, so it puts deficit in terms of food trade imbalance. And let's look at also the self-sufficiency ratio for the last year. It is very similar this year also, but the statistic that I'm showing you is a statistic from 2019. And it is very similar to what I have explained earlier. Look at rice consumption. It is not reached a self-sufficiency ratio yet compared to other products. And also beef is another aspect where we pretty much dependent upon other countries for our beef consumption. So this is also something that is giving a lot of problems, for local producers and also for the sustainability of food consumption in our country. So based upon that statistic earlier, here self-sufficiency level for beef production still hovers around 30%, and therefore government needs to do more in terms of making sure that the self-sufficiency level for beef is enough, especially if we were to expect sustainable of our food security. And the issue that makes it even tougher is that it is becoming more expensive to import feed and also to import beef from other countries. So it is really also putting a lot of strain because the consumption is increasing, yet the supply is not that high because of the high increase of importation of beef product from other countries. And also the low profit margin discourage local producers from having to focus on becoming or opening up business for beef. So it is much cheaper to import, rather than to have local producers. And what are the challenges for beef producers in terms of increased food and also the price spike for a lot of food items that relate to production of beef? And the other aspect of food product is fish and aquaculture demand for food consumption has steadily increased over the years. However, increased consumption has put pressure on suppliers, thus requiring increased import. And one important issue that is also facing the country is we are also a net importer of sugar. Malaysians have consumed, in fact, quite a lot in terms of sugar. And if we were looking at the current health issue facing Malaysian in general, this is also something that has been a concern for the health ministry, because a lot more people are consuming high dosage of sugar, and this causes a lot of problems for a lot of citizens. And obesity is one of the issues facing a lot of Malaysian nowadays. And also, we are importing more fruits and vegetables than we produce. So when it comes to global pandemic like COVID-19 crisis, everything that is related to food security is becoming tougher, and it poses a threat to our food security agenda, because we have to import more because of the local production is not meeting enough of the demand from the citizens. So let's look at the Global Food Security Index based upon 2019. And if we were to look at the ranking of Malaysia, we are at number 28. So this index considered the core issue of food affordability, food availability, and quality across a set of 113 countries. And Malaysia is number 28. So still, we are having some issues in regard to food security, and therefore government needs to do a lot more. And ensuring future sustainability of food production and consumption is very crucial, especially when it comes to this global pandemic like what we are experiencing right now. Therefore, my suggestion is we need to have a coherent and comprehensive national food security policy in order to address the impact of COVID-19 crisis on food security and safety in our country. And in fact, government has done a lot, starting when the country has imposed lockdown in March this year. The government has given a lot of stimulus packages to help the citizen, to help the local producers, to make sure that citizens are being well taken care of, to make sure that producers can continue to focus on the production of their food, based upon the stimulus packages that were being handed by the government. And starting with 20 billion Malaysian ringgit, the first stimulus package, and then continued additional 230 billion ringgit second stimulus package, and another 10 billion Malaysian ringgit additional stimulus packages. And in fact, based upon the current budget for 2021, the government has also allocated a substantial amount of money to important ministries to make sure that first, the issue of food security can be maintained, and the sustainability of food production will continue to be given enough attention by the government through various important ministries. So similar to what I have indicated earlier, government now has focused on food security, especially based upon second National Agricultural Policy 1992. 1992, food production is targeted to achieve a higher level and more comprehensive. However, this is the issue that I have been saying all along. The current pandemic has impacted the production and importation of food and other food items. And these are some of the biggest stimulus in Malaysian history, aimed at helping and improving the well-being of the citizen, protecting jobs, especially in agricultural sector, protecting the citizen, especially those who are badly affected by the COVID-19 crisis, those who have lost their job, those who cannot go to work, those local food producers, smaller scale producers, rubber tapers, farmers, fishermen. So these are some of the groups that have been given aids by the government to make sure that they continue to focus on food production. Because after all, although we have been focusing on increasing production for food, but the current COVID-19 crisis have taken a lot of toll on local producers, and therefore there is a tremendous short of supplies for a lot of food products. And based upon this issue, Malaysia needs to re-strategize its food security agenda, by making sure that we have policies that specially cater when it comes to global pandemic like COVID-19 crisis. We will be much better prepared when it comes to provide sustainable food production for our citizens. Yet, despite the fact that there is a shortage of food production in our country, government has taken a lot of steps, taken a lot of mechanism, providing grants, subsidies, incentive to help the citizens, farmers to cope with the difficulty and hardship that is caused by the COVID-19 crisis. Thank you very much. If you have any question, I would be glad to answer them. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Professor Ahmad Madata, for your great presentation and information. We go to some questions raised from chatting room and YouTube. There are some questions here. The first question is from YouTube. Could you just help to maybe share here? Just a moment. Okay. This is from chatting room first, Professor. From Bapak Solihin. He is from Natuna local government. Currently, Indonesia is experiencing many crises, including a crisis of confidence in the government. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, which greatly disturbed the Indonesian economy, there was also public disappointment over the occurrence of corruptions at the level of the presidential ministers as we know it today. According to the speaker, how to present a clean government for the revival of the Indonesian economy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So, corruption is something which is quite common, not only in Indonesia, but also in our country as well. And in fact, it is a common occurrence in a lot of countries. And I'm sure Indonesian government has taken a lot of initiative to combat corruption. Yet I'm sure there are a lot of cases and occurrences of corruption at the highest level. So I think the only way for corruption to be eradicated in any country is to have a political will from the government. So I'm not sure whether combating of corruption or corruption eradication is the #1 priority in the current government. But if it is not the current priority, I'm sure it will be very difficult, for the country to prosper, because there is always a positive correlation between corruption and economic growth. A lot of countries that are experiencing bad economic growth is due to the fact that the country is having a lot of corruption problem. We can look at a lot of cases in a lot of countries, especially developing countries, African countries, Latin American countries, where there is so much corruption in those countries that even let's look at countries that have a lot of resources. Nigeria, for example, one of the OPEC countries, oil producing countries, and some African countries, they are also oil producing countries. They have rich natural resources, but they are not able to rise above the issue that is facing all of this country, especially in regard to corruption. And therefore, I think when it comes to corruption eradication, combating corruption, we have to look at countries. If we have the political will, I want to give you one example. Look at China. Recent example, I think last week, there was one case where one of the richest men in China, in fact, one of the richest men in the world, was being prosecuted for engaging in corruption. And this individual was involved in corruption for a long time, and there was no action before, and he was found guilty and he was shot to death. So that was the punishment. So this kind of action, might not be receptive to some countries, but in a way it sends a very strong and stern messages to a lot of people in that country that government will not tolerate any kind of corruption, even though those who perpetrated the corruption are people of higher status, like millionaire, rich, or politician. The government still feels that regardless of political identification, regardless of economic status, if one is found guilty of corruption, one will be taken action. And this is some kind of strong messages that the government sends to a lot of people in that particular country. So this is what I'm implying, that if there is no political will by the government, then corruption will be very, very difficult to eradicate it or to be combated. So going back again to your question, no, I'm not sure how much the current government is willing to put a lot of efforts to combat corruption, and whether or not the government will put corruption eradication as the #1 agenda, because most of the time, if corruption is becoming a pandemic, we are facing a health crisis pandemic, but corruption can also become a pandemic if it is been spread widely throughout the country. So I think my 2 cent opinion is that if there is a political will, then corruption can be eradicated. And without the political will, especially from the president, from the ministers, then it will be very, very difficult to combat corruption.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Professor. And then there are also another questions. This is a question from the access of YouTube from Professor, Dr. Budi Setiawan. He is a senior polytechnic of STR Lan Bandung. In the condition in this paternalistic country, who has the biggest role in providing socialization to convince the public of the dangers of COVID-19 for us?
Yes, this is a very interesting question. In fact,
yes.
The previous speaker has also alluded to this when he says that the current government of Indonesia has not done enough to convince the public or even taken some actions to make sure that the citizen will be free of COVID-19 crisis. No, this is a very simple case. Look at America, for example. This is a very classic case in America, because in America, President himself is not a believer in actions recommended by the CDC. He has always goes against the advice of the health experts. He has indicated time and time again that COVID-19 crisis is not something that need to be given attention. It's not dangerous. It's like any other flu symptom. And what happened to America? America has the largest infection of COVID-19 crisis and the largest death related to COVID-19 crisis. And why? Because the president did not show enough commitment, did not show enough attention that the country deserve. So my answer is that the government has to take strong steps to make sure that whatever is being done to ensure the safety and security and well-being of all the citizens. And look at, there have been a lot of success stories. And look at New Zealand, a good example of that. Look at Scandinavian states. And in fact, even Malaysia we have taken a lot of steps. People were not happy. Economy was down. Nearly 1 million people lost their job because of this. But there is no other way to do than to impose movement restriction. Whether or not citizens are happy, that is secondary, because for government, they have a moral duty to make sure that citizens are being protected from the infection of COVID-19 crisis. And if government has not taken enough steps to ensure that people will be protected, then I'm sure the country will be easily exposed to the infection of COVID-19. So therefore, I think, first of all, it has to start with the government. And like our previous distinguished speaker has said, there have not been enough testing done by the government to ensure that people will not be protected from this COVID-19. How can you be so sure that the country is safe when you know that people are being affected, that people do not follow strict guidelines, social distancing, wearing masks in public places, not doing handshaking, not meeting a lot of people, not organizing a lot of activities, open activities, restricting, closing down a lot of sectors. If the government is not doing enough, if the government is not serious in sending a strong message to the people that this is a very dangerous disease, people have to be very careful, people have to wear masks, people have to observe social distancing, physical distancing, then citizen can be easily affected by this COVID-19 disease. And therefore, there is no other way than the message has to be sent by the government, and the government has to take a lot of steps, even if it will be very costly to the government. Because even in Malaysia, our budget for 2021 will be the highest ever in the country, because we have to make sure that we allocate more money to fight against the disease and to make sure that people will be protected and safeguarded from the pandemic. And therefore, regardless of whether or not we have to borrow money from other sources, we have to do that because it is the moral responsibility of the government to protect the safety and security of its citizens, especially when it comes to global pandemic like COVID-19 crisis, when there is currently no vaccines that are available to protect citizens. So again, going back to the question, I believe that probably the government has to show strong messages and taken more initiative to help the citizens in particular.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. There are many questions coming to the chatting room and YouTube. We can only choose maybe one or two more questions. So sorry for the participants that we cannot provide all the questions here. So one of the questions is from Dr. Bambang. Dr. Bambang is from University of Budiluhur, Jakarta. The question is, COVID-19 pandemics learn us a new norm in our life, especially about digital cultural to do public service by online technology supporting. How your government could integrated new norm to your bureaucracy, especially in formulating public policy, sustainability, food consumption, etc. So succeed to control impact pandemics of COVID-19. As I knew that your government must also enough dynamics in politics.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Bambang. It's a very good question. And yes, COVID-19 crisis has also taught us how to do or how to behave differently than usual. And one ways in which we have changed our culture is nowadays people tend to do online business more than regular traditional ways of doing business. So what is interesting is that online businesses have gone up very, very much. Food producers have used online transaction to offer ways of people to get access to food, especially when there is a movement restriction order in a lot of areas. So people have now been very accustomed to using technologies, online digital technology to do business transaction. And it is very similar to food producers also. And in fact, there is a significant increase in the number of companies that focus on food delivery. And although the price of delivery has also increased a little bit, but there is no other way for people to get access to food, rather than through delivery. So in a way, it helps because before that, local producer, when there is a restriction on movement, local producers, restaurant, smaller shops, they have faced a lot of difficulties because people cannot come and buy to the shops anymore. But with the new technology, with the online digital technology, they now started to focus on online transaction. And in fact, many more local food stalls have also joined in terms of making sure that people can get access to their food by having food delivery services. So in a way, it is good because it taught people to do a new norm, and in this way, to do business online. Not only it helps local producers to embark on new technology, but also communities in general have also started to get used to using technology as part of their everyday transaction. And similarly, when it comes to policy making, also government has improved and in fact has allocated a lot of money to government agencies to make sure that they have to start focusing on using technology as the means of transaction, because it will be very difficult nowadays for people to go to the government agencies, to do businesses like usual. Now people can do government transaction online. And therefore, government is aware of this, and government has allocated a lot of money, and government has reiterated its commitment to make sure that Malaysia will become a digital society. And in fact, that's the current commitment of the government, to ensure that in a few years, Malaysia will become a digital society where a lot of transaction will be done online. And this is, I think, something that people has started to become accustomed to. They have been a lot of time where people are complaining, about the difficulty of using technology. But as more people are being used to using technology to do their transaction, I think slowly and steadily the culture of doing business online has become a new norm in the country. And this is also in a way helping local producers, especially food producers, who are badly affected by the movement restriction order before. And with the availability of new technology, and with the availability of delivery services that are becoming more common in the country. So I'm sure it not only helps the citizen in general, but also it helps producers, local producers in particular. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. There are still 2 minutes more. May I have one more question for you,
Yes,
Professor?
yes, sure,
Okay.
sure, Ibu.
This is from Dr. Hendrikus, a senior lecturer from Polytechnic SDIA Land Bandung. In the case of Indonesia, control of COVID-19 transmission is considered unsuccessful because the main cause is cultural factors. Habit of being together, in the opinion of the speaker, is the policy to impose severe sanctions on the community the right policy choice? Or should the policy approach prioritize cultural aspects? And how is the experience of policies in Malaysia, where the culture of the people is almost the same in Indonesia?
Yes, thank you very much, Henricus. I'll try to answer it very quickly. Yes, of course, definitely in Indonesia, which has a similar culture in Malaysia, I'm sure it will be very difficult to break the habit, to break the culture of getting together, of meeting people in public, visiting relative, family members, having wedding ceremonies, a lot of ceremonies, kanduris, things like that. Yes, definitely, it will be very difficult. But I think the government has to take strong steps, strong initiative. For example, like in Malaysia, government has introduced strict movement order where citizens cannot even go out from their respective area and cannot even engage in activities that are common for Malays in general or people in general, citizens in general. For example, we have government has not even allowed activities where there will be a congregation of people in a large group, like kanduri, all these activities, sport activities, social activities, they were not being allowed in the country. So even people have to postpone the wedding ceremonies. A lot of time, the gathering, the kanduris, all the social activities. And in fact, there were a few like what you have highlighted, citizen that continue to do that. And in fact, government has taken strict action, imposing fine, even jail. Some of the people who refuse to observe the restriction movement order, they have been found guilty and they have been sent to jail for disobeying the rules and regulation imposed by the government. So in a way, what the government needs to do is to send a message. Those people who break the law, they have to be sent to prison to make sure that other people will then know that government is serious about this. So I'm sure in Indonesia, why people are continuing to disregard government's orders, because probably the punishment is not as harsh as in Malaysia. Because in Malaysia, there were many cases where people have been fined, and the amount of fine is very high, 1,000 ringgit if you disobey the restriction movement order. And in fact, more people, there were a lot of cases where a number of people have been sent to jail because they cannot afford to pay the fine. So they have to be sent to jail for a number of days for breaking the law. So this is something that is very common in Malaysia. Therefore, when you have these strict rules and regulation, then people will have to observe them. There is no other way, even though you are used to your way of doing things, like Malays, Indonesian in general, used to go out, used to socialize with friends, families. But with all these new norms that we have to observe, there is no other way than to make sure that we have to put aside our cultural activities, cultural norms, and start to follow the new norms that are being addressed and propagated by the health ministry.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Ahmad, for answering all the questions. Now, we move to the third honorable speaker, my best colleagues, Dr. Muhammad Taufik DEA from the National Institute of Public Administration, Indonesia. Dr. Muhammad Taufik is a Deputy of Civil Service Competencies Development Policy, and Dr. Taufik is also the head of Bureaucratic Reform of NIPA. He was visiting advisor of State Secretary of Administrative Reform, Republic Democratic of Timor-Leste. His doctoral and master degrees from France in 2009. I will invite Dr. Muhammad Taufik DEA, who will convey the material entitled Redefining Bureaucratic Reform Policy to Create Agile Bureaucracy Amidst the Pandemic COVID-19. Time is yours, Dr. Taufik.
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Septiana, and Bapak Ibu participant of in this seminar. May I share my presentation? In this session, I would like to change the topics. If previous speaker talked a lot about discussed a lot about how COVID impact in society, I would like to bring the discussion into the bureaucracy itself, because bureaucracy is a very important factor in handling the COVID-19. So the theme here is how to redefine bureaucratic reform policy that we have to create agile bureaucracy amidst the pandemic COVID-19. So based on the comparative study, the successful country who handling COVID-19 effectively. So we can say that the speed of bureaucracy is very important in coping COVID-19 successfully, and because here bureaucracy is responsible to help those affected by the pandemic. I will show the case in Indonesia in break COVID-19. Government has published what we call economic recovery program, national economic recovery program (PEN), 695 trillion for handling COVID. But in July or August, it turned out that the budget only realized 19%. That is make President Jokowi very unhappy with the result. The most of the budget allocation is allocated into the social protection and also the UMKM, micro and small medium enterprise. It's been that the budget allocation for helping the society to recover from COVID-19 is very important to help, especially the what we call small people, the more fragile part of the society. So it is just normal that we expect more to bureaucracy to perform better amidst the pandemic. But so in this case, the delay of bureaucracy can be explained by several factors. Firstly, is the financial arrangement that are very rigid and require time to adjust the changes in COVID handling policy. My experience as a deputy in a competency development policy in NIPA, in LAN, we have really a big problem, difficulty in to change the training program in the beginning of outbreak of COVID-19 in the March, because we cannot pay the trainer, because when we change the training program from classical, it means that a face-to-face into the virtual one, so we cannot pay the trainer. We cannot pay many of activities, because we still waiting for the regulation from Ministry of Finance, and also this the second reason is the self, who do not dare to make decision. As we know that bureaucratic official they are very afraid to be criminalized because of their decision, especially in administrative decision. And also there's a problem of intergovernmental coordination due to the when in the beginning that's a too low that that regulate the problem of COVID-19. First is health quarantine, and the second is disaster management. Authority to define the problem of the COVID-19 management. And this problem shows the bureaucratic rift that running for 10 years failed. We cannot say fail, but it's not optimum. But really, this COVID-19 pandemic is a touchstone, yeah, a touchstone for bureaucratic reform policy, with that we ran for 10 years. Yeah. Bureaucracy is a trap in bureaucratic inertia. Yeah. Bapak Ibu, for those who haven't known yet about the bureaucratic reform policy, we have Presidential Decree 81, 2010, that regulating the grand design of bureaucratic reform. There are 8 areas of reform: organizational structure, business processes, regulation, human resource management, internal audit, accountability, public service, and by reforming these areas, we plan to achieve, to realize the bureaucratic profile that is more, it's cleaner, service to community, and also increase capacity and accountability of the bureaucratic performance. And in the end of the program, the program is running from 2010 until now. But I said again that the pandemic is really is very touchstone for the bureaucratic reform policy. In this second term of the government, Jokowi emphasized, and also the reform has to remove the monotone linear mindset stuck in a comfort zone. And also the reform can produce the mindset that's more adaptive, competitive, and innovative. That is stated in the 5 gentlemen, that what is the weakness of the current approach? The first is the approach is carried out in a bureaucratic manner. That is ironic terminology, because bureaucratic reform is standardizing the area of reform for all agency, one fits all. It means that all agency has to do the same thing, regardless the difference of the organization characteristic, organization problem, etc. So the standardization of the initiative will kill the creativity in agency. And second, the orientation is more on input performance, not on outcome. It means that the agency is expected to perform the area reforming business process, but not focusing on outcome, on the performance of the bureaucracy. So and the third is the absence of leadership. That's the most important factor in this weakness, because there is leadership is to leading change, and the fourth is bureaucratic reform is defined as a mean of improving remuneration. And we know that since the beginning, from the beginning of implementation of a grand design policy in 2010, of civil servant, 73% from 2009 until 2015. Yeah? This is very, very important increasing the salary. But the people will expect in exchange with the performance, better performance from bureaucracy, better integrity from bureaucracy. But we don't see it as the case in amidst the pandemic. And 2 days ago, we saw also a ministry, yeah, because of the problem of the distribution of the bantuan social for social protection, that it's a part of the budget allocation for social protection. And because of this policy, this characteristic, this weakness, there's a lack of coordination, because each bureaucracy pursues the change targets of each sector without coordinating with other agency. And bureaucratic reform has not been able also to solve a cross-sectoral problem that required by government to improve quality of public service governance. That is government approach, then the unilateral approach. That it's mean that we have to create a team, a solid team to solve the to improve the outcome-based reform. And now it is time to think, to rethinking, to create a new approach in managing policy of bureaucratic reform. So the government needs to take advantage of new normal, yeah, to reformulating the bureaucratic reform, to create what we call agile bureaucracy. So we are reformulating the current approach. Yeah, 2 days, a week ago, we have a discussion, intensive discussion in Yogyakarta, and we try to change the current approach. And first is play on a formal role in especially in local government. Bureaucratic reform is run by a unit, a small unit, ya, or organisasi dan tata laksana, ortala, ya, I know it's small unit without leadership, ya. Nah, there's no clear response, etc. And but in agile model that we propose, leadership is become a central player to the reform process, and they will be given a clear responsibility and accountability mechanism at national and agency level. So we propose the second, the focus. The focus is existing reform, the existing approaches, bureaucratic reform target is set by each agency. But the method are regulated by the government. So it's a very rigid approach. But the agile model, the target are set by government. For example, of logistic management, for example. It will involve several agencies, Ministry of, for example, the Ministry of Transportation, Ministry of Public Works, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Industry, etc. So the target is set by government, while the methods and strategy are determined strategy and to propose the breakthrough, the innovation based on their organization characteristic. And the accountability, in accountability term, the current approach is only compliant based. Based on the government publish the guideline how to run the compliance based on contract. There's a contract between government and the leaders of each agency, and it will be cascaded until to the staff. And then also the current approach is in intra-organizational and oriented organizational by involving relevant government organization, and they create a team with sharing responsibility to create a performance outcome performance. Yeah. And then in performance organization, we talk about the crowdsourcing, and it is run well with the a lot of limitation in a state budget. So we have to encourage collaborative governance, which involve a government agency and private sector and also multi-stakeholder. At the time of Lebaran, collaborative governance, government agency, private sector, society, how to avoid the society to pulang kampung, and instructor, that is important issue to determine the structure. In theory, we know that structure follows strategy, but The current system, the structure is controlled by the government, but no clear standard or guideline. So there's this confusing in the field. And the agile model, the government will have to set standard and give agency the freedom to define organizational structure based on their strategy in managing reform. And also the policy of bureaucratic simplification now that we, penyetaraan jabatan, need to be implemented not only to transfer a bureaucratic official to functional, but it must be encouraged by changes in structure as a metric base, which allow flow of knowledge and flow of talent, mobilization of talent in an organization. And in a business process, we saw that the current approach only emphasize on standardization of process, SOP. Yeah, well, and also was what we call e-government. Now it's only to help as a complement element to have the administrative simplification, but it's not the main element to transform our bureaucracy to be more agile with the information technology that available in the market. And with the agile model that we propose, a process simplification and integration, not only standardization, but simplification and integration. So now we know that like a previous speaker has raised the issue, nowadays the bureaucracy is very fragmented. So the process is not connected one and another, and it cannot create a whole of government approach, because each bureaucracy pursue this their own interest based on the law that regulate their own sector. Yes, there's a problem of our bureaucracy fragmentation, and also information technology become means of exploring opportunity to create added value for a stakeholder, and also how to optimally use the information technology to support flexible working arrangement. Now it's working from home. And the last one is in human resource management. Bureaucratic transformation is not supported by competency development policy. So there's no capability, there's no capacity for the staff, for the leader to run the reform policy, because they have no idea what is the reform. Yeah, for our agency, we handle a public administration. It's no problem about the question of reform policy, but for technical ministry, that's a big question. What is a reform? How to run reform, etc. So we have to support them with the competency development as a vehicle to strengthening their transformation capability. And now we have to change approach. The current approach, we consider competency development only as a requirement to meet syarat kepegawaian, employee regulation. But we have to shift the emphasis to more strategic. That is a competency development will be organized to support the realization of organizational transformation strategy. Now this year we introduced what we call corporate university for civil servant. So my closing remark: the pandemic, agile bureaucracy is very badly needed to respond community needs quickly and responsively. And also bureaucratic reform policy that are carried out in now in current model need to be changed by placing leadership, civil servant, as well information technology as most important factors. And the last one, the success of changing bureaucratic reform require political support and ownership from bureaucracy stakeholders. That's a very that's the last one that that's out of our reach, because in another country that run successfully administrative reform, they have really strong support from political actors. So thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Taufik, for your interesting and great presentation and information. Now we go to some questions that have been raised from chatting room and YouTube. We just selected some question. The first question is from Bapak Abdurrahman PhD, Senior Lecturer of Polytechnic Senior STIA Lan Bandung. The problem of leadership is no role model. What is the effective way to change the behavior of leader to become role model for society in general, specifically for government? Please, Pak Taufik, could you answer the first question?
Okay, this is very good question. That's the problem. You know, in a time of crisis like now that we have in a midst of pandemic, yeah, we need a strong leadership with a strong character who dare to make a decision. Yeah, met the uncertainty. There's a lot of uncertainty now. So you know, character, yeah, is a main ingredient of good leadership. But you know, well, the role model is in organization has to be created. So it is to be supported by the system. Yeah. First is the system of the education, training and education. Is the competency development. How to enhance, how to strengthen their character, their mindset, and they have to change the mindset. That's the most important. So since 2015, we have changed our curriculum from the pre-service training, Rajabatan. Yeah, we emphasize more on character education because a character has to be learned, has to be learned. When they have a strong character, they can perform as a role model in the organization. But when the leader only follow the rules and more emphasize on authority, they cannot perform as a role model. So the first is education and training. First and second is an performance evaluation or performance assessment. Now we have a performance assessment, but you know we have to strengthen with the instrument to enforce the culture management. We often ignore the importance of culture management. Yeah, the culture management is how the organization consolidate the basic values based on the consensus. So that's a social control in organization. And the third is the how we build a transparency and participation for stakeholders. So when organization become more transparent, so you know there will be more accountability, a sense of responsibility from leaders. So they have to perform as a role model in organization. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And we move to the second question. This is a question from Vicky Awaludin, a student of Polytechnic STIA Lan Bandung. The question is, the current COVID-19 pandemic, almost all nations and countries have experienced crisis both in the food sector and in other economies. And recently it was reported that one of the ministers in Indonesia, namely the Indonesian social minister, was caught in a corruption case because it is considered to have received personal benefits from the traders who supply food to be distributed as aid and are suspected of having received bribes from the traders who cooperated with him in the relation to social assistance in the form of basic food supplies. To the people of Indonesia, please provide their opinions and views on the current situation in Indonesia.
Yeah.
So the
Thank you,
questions for
Mas
all the people
Fikri.
of Indonesia.
Yeah. Thank you, Mas Fikri, to raise the very interesting aspect of this in this discussion, because we don't only talk about the performance, and we don't talk only about the you know efficiency, etc. How to allocate the state budget to recover economic national economic. In another side, there's also a problem of ethics and integrity. This is very important, because when we want to accelerate the allocation of budget, state budget, onto those who need it, who do this needs, people that need the support from state budget. And we have also to consider about the accountability, and it will raise the question about the ethical and integrity problem. So when higher official decide which priority and how they allocate the state budget, and also how they perform the services. So the question of ethics and integrity is very important. So, that's in the beginning of the issuance of the PEN policy of economic recovery policy. There's a lot of observer who remind us how to control, how to supervise the allocation of state budget is 600 trillion. It's very enormous sum, but the we need the participation, yeah, from all society, from all element of society to observe, to supervise the implementation of this the budget. But from the very beginning, it has to be started from the attitude, the ethical decision and integrity from the decision maker, from higher official. That's very important. So we can benefit the budget state allocation optimally. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Taufik. There are another still two more questions here. The third question is from Bapak Agus Subagio from Unjani, Cimahi. What strategy should be carried out so that the bureaucracy of government is natural and does not fall into the interest of political parties?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pak Agus. Yeah, Pak Agus. There's a now this is neutrality is it's a dilemmatic problem, because for politicians, they need to control, they need to have a responsive bureaucracy. But in another side, bureaucracy, they need autonomy, they need to implement the impartial principle, yeah, neutrality or impartiality. So that's why in especially in local government, there's a change in staffing policy very suddenly, because the change of the local government leaders, because government leader need more responsive official. That's how to compromise that. Yeah. So we have a policy in open selection. Yeah, with which offer a competitive mechanism to compromise between a political interest and bureaucratic interest to implement, yeah, impartial principle. And we have KSN, Bu Septiana is commissioner in KSN, yeah, Civil Service Commission, but it has very limited resources. So especially in local government, uh, we need a society participation. How to control, how to supervise this principle of the neutrality, and local government and for the agency, they need to establish and enforce the career pattern, and also the merit system. The merit system. Merit system is one is a code, ethical codes, a code of conduct, and also the yeah, career management system, competency development system, etc. So they have to publish the regulation in order to be recognized by society, and allow the society also to supervise the in implementation of merit system. Merit system is not only concerned about the bureaucracy, but the society at large.
Okay. Thank you. We still have about 3 minutes, so there's still one more question, Pak Taufik. The last question is from Pak Said Abdullah, PhD, the head of organizer of this international conference. The question is, what is your opinion in this pandemic COVID-19 situation? Do the government still need new recruiters on civil servants in the future? As we all know that the Jokowi policy on streamlining the structure of bureaucracies, cutting echelon 3 and 4 have been ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Said. This is a very futuristic question. Now we concern a lot about our future. The future begin from now. We determine the future from current policy, and now we are concerned about the what kind of competency that we or skill that we need in the future. Based on that, now we prepare the recruitment system, and now we preparing a talent management system by which we identify the future skill that we need to prevail the future. Yeah, because the future we have the vision to be more competitive government. So we need a skill to to win the competition. And so first the competency that we identify is a digital competency. This is very important. And the second is social competency. This means that the future civil servant have to be able to work in a diversity environment. And the third is what we call innovation and creativity skill. Yeah. And the fourth is problem solving, complex problem solving skill. So that's the skill among others that we need in the future. So based on that, we now not only creating what we call critical skill, future critical skill, but also we have to prepare now a design of training and education for civil servant to prepare the future. And about the what we call bureaucracy simplification, which transfer from structural position into functional position.
now it means that we don't cut the bureaucracy, but we just make bureaucracy more professional. So in my presentation, in the future, in the near future, we will create what we call matrix organization. But for a while, and now we still have a functional position which manage bureaucratically. So it's not optimum. Yeah? It's not creating agile bureaucracy because the functional position is still managed bureaucratically. In the near future, we have to change the method. So it will allows the talent mobility inside the organization, a more fluid working environment, and that will enable bureaucracy act agile, more agile. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Muhammad Taufik, our distinguished speaker, for answering all the questions clearly and well. Very appreciated. Now we have entered for the fourth speaker is Professor Dr. Agus Radika. Professor Dr. Agus is from University of Muhammadiyah Indonesia. Professor Agus is professor of the Faculty of Education, UMJ, who is also the chairperson to the Indonesian Teachers Association or PGRI, DKI Jakarta Province. He is also the head of BKD or Regional Civil Service Agency of DKI Jakarta Province. I will invite Professor Dr. Agus Radika, who will convey the material entitled Pandemic Impact and Government Policy Strategies in Handling COVID-19. This is overview and discussion theory and model policy on the education system in Indonesia. Time is yours, Professor.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Are you okay, bro?
Yes. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Excellency, Director of Polytechnic Setialan, Makassar and Jakarta, distinguished speakers, all committee and all participants. First of all, I would like to thank to the committee that invite me to speak in this seminar. I want to share my thought on the impact of pandemic and the government's policy strategy in handling COVID-19, especially regarding policy theory in the Indonesian education system. May help me to, yeah, okay, thank you. First, I will start by show you, next slide. I will start by show you the data of people exposed to COVID-19, which continues to increase. The number of COVID-19 sufferers up to the December 4, 2020 was recorded at 582,000. Data on October 7, 2020, recorded around 320,000. It means that in 2 months, there was an increase of 260,000, or an increase of 81.2%. This number is, of course, very worrying for the health of Indonesian citizens, which has an impact on decreasing purchasing power and slumping economic growth, and of course has an impact on the implementation on education in Indonesia. Okay. In Jakarta, the city of Central Jakarta has become the epicenter of the spread of COVID-19 in the capital city of the Republic of Indonesia. The 5 provinces with the highest mortality rate is Java, Central Java, West Nusa Tenggara, and South Sumatra, and Bengkulu. To cap the rate of increase, next slide, yeah, in the number of people exposed to COVID-19, the implementation of health protocols was carried out at 5 meeting points for many people, namely, first, public service place; the second, workplace or government and private office; the third, malls, plaza, shopping area; and the fourth, places of worship, mosques, pagodas, temples, churches, and extra. And fifth, traditional market and street vendor, pedagang kaki lima. The lowest level of mass use occur in traditional market. As of September 2020, the Indonesian National Police has taken action against 3.82 million violators of health protocols. Next slide. According to World Health Organization, positive contact tracking for COVID-19 in Indonesia is still manual. This has resulted in untrace of those who have interacted with those exposed to COVID-19. This causes the positive corona number to continue to increase. As we well know, most of Indonesia people work as laborers, such as construction workers, who move from place to other place. This is make tracking in more complicated to obtain valid data. The highest type of work is labor, followed by self-employed, trying to be assisted by temporary laborers, family workers, non-agriculture casual workers in agriculture, and assisted by permanent workers. As a result, the hospital, next slide, yeah. The hospital is full of pain. More than half the capacity of intensive care unit and COVID-19 isolation has been filled. Bali, Jakarta, North Sumatra, South Kalimantan, Central Java, Aceh, West Java, East Java, South Sulawesi are provinces with the highest occupancy of hospital bed. Based on age, the highest death rate occurred at the age of 80 years old and over. Age 50 until 79 years old is the age that range to experience death. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there are other interesting thing here. During the COVID-19 pandemic, people or more precisely families more often cook at home. The family has again become the center of meeting the consumption needs of their family members. We all know that before the COVID-19 pandemic, more consumption needs were made from food stalls or restaurants. During the pandemic, these needs were presented again at home. And the consumer confidence index also fell sharply. The question is, next slide. The question is, how about the education? Based on observation and research from a number of academics, it appears that the education is unprepared for COVID-19. There are 5 serious problems in the implementation of education during the COVID-19 period. The first is the mastery of information technology is still low. Since the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020, lessons have been held at home. Many parents who cannot accompany their children to study at home because they do not have pedagogical knowledge and information technology skills. The second, the limited educational infrastructure. The third, the internet network is still limited. Fourth, the budget is also limited. Fifth, the poor are burdened with online costs. And last, six, policies that often overlap. Next slide. There are at least 5 negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on the Indonesian education system. Namely, the first is related to schools, teachers, or lecturers, student, parents, and the government. At the school, The impact of COVID-19 has provided experience with the role of school, which have been the center of education, as if they were meaningless. The teacher, the role of information technology has almost eliminated the role of the teacher in education, a role that has no affection. Affection is lost. Yeah. The student, not all students have cell phones. One of the student is not have cell phone, handphone, I mean, and most of them are technologically iterated. For months without seeing the teacher, there are mental change in children, student loss in the assessment process. For the parent, online instructional effective force parent to be directly involved to children learning activities. They experience many experiences and get angry when they have to assess them. And government incapability and not fast in anticipating educational program. Next slide. Besides the negative impact, yeah, of course, there are also positive impact. At least there are 5 positive impact of COVID-19 on the Indonesian education system. The first is triggering and acceleration of educational transformation. The second is many online learning applications appear. The third, many free online courses. The fourth, the emergence of creativity in teaching without limits. And finally, fifth, many innovation for individual learning, independent learning, or self-instructional. Yeah, next slide. The next question, what is the government strategy in dealing with this COVID-19 pandemic? As well as now, there are 6 strategies implemented in dealing with the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. The 6 strategy can be explained as follows. Strategy 1, we know mass movement strategy for all those who campaign for the obligation of wear mask while in public space or outside the home. Strategy 2, tracking positive cases are treated using rapid tests or rapid tests on health workers who treat COVID-19 patients, a community where many cases are found. Strategy 3, independent isolation preparation education. In some tracking results that show a positive test result from the rapid test or negative with symptoms for self-isolation. Strategy 4, hospital isolation done when self-isolation is not possible. Strategy 5, procurement of infrastructure, hotel, and vaccine. And last, strategy 6, to develop human resource, I mean doctors and paramedics. Ladies and gentlemen, how do the theories or models of the next slide, please. Next slide. How do the theories and or model of the public policy toward the government policy strategy education? In this case, I will use the theoretical model proposed by George Edward Tree. Edward suggests as for important variables in policy implementation: bureaucracy, power, disposition, and communication. Okay, next slide. On the bureaucracy, we know that the bureaucracy was created as an instrument in dealing with public needs or public affairs. The bureaucracy is the dominant institution in implementing public policy. The bureaucracy has a number of different goals. The bureaucracy functions in a complex and broad environment. Bureaucracy has a high survival instinct, so it's rare to find that bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is not a neutral force. It's it's not under full control for outsiders. And then next slide. Resource. As we know, organization resource consists of staff. We have staff, information, authority, facilities, building, equipment, land, and supplies. This resource can be measured from the aspect of their adequacy, which implies suitability and clarity. In sufficient resource will mean that laws will not be enforced. Services will not be provided and reasonable. Regulation will not be developed. About disposition, there is a tendency for positive or negative attitude and support for policy implementation. So there is a high probability that policy implementation will be carried out in accordance with the initial decision. If the implementer is negative, refuses because of the conflict of interest, the implementation of the policy will face serious obstacle. The factor of disposition, appointment of bureaucracy, and then the incentive. About the communication, next slide. Edward suggests three variables. These are transmission, clarity, and consistency. Okay, according to Edward theory, I want to conclusion on my topic. The conclusion is next, the last slide. On the my conclusion is according to the Edward policy models, not one indicators that can be made for the education system to work perfectly. This is my conclusion. Bureaucratic indicators. Ministry of Education and Culture is suffering and unable to make decision immediately. Resource indicators. Teacher resource often protest by the Ministry of Education and Culture. And disposition indicators, the tendency of positive attitude of the apparatus to quickly support the minister policies work so slow. Communication indicator, the government is unable to quickly disseminate communication, information, and education on any of its policies. In fact, it is open opposition. That's my experience. Thank you for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Agus Suryadika, for the interesting and excellent presentation and information. We go to some questions raised from chatting room and YouTube. Actually, there are many questions here. Thank you for all participants who participate in asking and responding the materials from the speakers. But due to time constraints, we apologize, unable to answer all questions in these questions and answer sessions. Prof. Agus, there's 4 questions for you, which you can answer one by one. The first question is from Bapak, just a moment please. Nanda, could you just share here the questions? This is from Bapak Arif Mustafa from University of Pertahanan Indonesia. By looking at the habits of our society, who likes to hang out with family, with their Mudik program, and he also very happy when there is a long holiday. What advice do the professor have to control the spread of this virus? Second, it is the right steps taken by the government to control this virus, especially to cutting off the holiday. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, interesting question. Sorry, I realize my English is not as good as of all of you. So to avoid the misconception or misperception, let me answer in bahasa.
Yes, no problem. Okay, thank you.
Pertama saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa ini memang habit kita ya, pulang kampung itu, mudik ya. Dan ada yang menyatakan bahwa, sebagian mengatakan bahwa pulang kampung itu untuk meningkatkan imun karena memunculkan kebahagiaan. Tapi mereka lupa bahwa meeting pada beberapa tempat itu sangat rentan untuk terjangkit virus. Dan saat ini virus luar biasa. Saya kebetulan sudah pindah dari Pemda DKI dulu saya pernah kepegawaian di sana, sekarang saya kembali menjadi dosen. Itu banyak sekali eselon 3, eselon 4, bahkan sekda meninggal, kemudian gubernur dan wakil gubernur mendapat juga menderita COVID ya. Jadi saya kira tepat sekali kalau kemudian liburan itu ditiadakan ya. Dan ini salah satu untuk mengendalikan kontrol pertumbuhan dari COVID tadi. Dan kegembiraan itu tidak harus melalui mudik ya. I think it's my answer.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. And the second question is from Bapak Komari Torik from Pasundan University. The question is, I want to know your opinion at this time. Indonesia is faced with regional elections or pilkada. Even though the COVID-19 pandemic is currently very intense, how do you think about it? I feel that this election is being forced. I feel that the government is very unstable in making politics. For example, people don't go to mosques or churches, stay at home. But in another case, don't be afraid to go to the election place. Don't abstain.
Okay, thank you for this question ya. Ini memang persoalan inkonsistensi yang terjadi pada pemerintahan sekarang. Dan kita para akademisi saya kira sudah mengingatkan government untuk memikirkan ulang pelaksanaan pilkada besok hari. Tetapi ada kepentingan tertentu yang menyebabkan memang standar ganda dari penerapan kerumunan itu menjadi masyarakat itu berpikir bahwa di sini ada ketidakkonsistenan pemerintah. Dan oleh karenanya, kalau tadi angka pelanggaran meningkat itu memang karena pemerintah tidak memberikan keteladanan dan tidak konsisten di dalam menerapkan itu. Virus rasanya tidak mengenal apakah ini pilkada atau kerumunan lain. Yang jelas kalau orang sudah berkerumun, maka di situ mudah menjadi klaster baru dari terjangkitnya penyakit itu. Jadi memang tadi kita dihadapkan pada birokrasi kita ini seperti galau menghadapi pandemi, pada bagian tertentu mengizinkan, pada bagian yang lain tidak diizinkan. Pada bagian tertentu kekuasaan sangat tegas pada kelompok politik yang berseberangan, dan pada bagian lain sangat lembek pada kelompok politik yang menjadi pendukungnya. Kasus kerumunan di Solo ketika kampanye putra Pak Presiden itu menjadi sorotan publik jika dibandingkan dengan kasus kerumunan di Petamburan. Jadi teman-teman, ini memang persoalan serius di bangsa kita. Karena apa? Karena kita mengetahui bahwa birokrasi kita, tadi soal kenetralan birokrasi, saya sepakat bahwa tidak ada birokrasi yang netral. Ya. Dan tadi mengapa disebutkan juga soal korupsi, ini karena proses politik ya, dari rekrutmen politik kita yang memang bermodal besar. Maka hanya pengusaha ya, dan mantan penguasa yang beruang yang bisa masuk dalam arena politik, dan itu menjadi siklus tak berkeujungan, the vicious circle of corruption. Karena apa? Karena saya pernah di pemerintahan, susah sekali untuk netral karena ada kepentingan-kepentingan di sana. dan apa namanya biaya atau cost politik bukan money politik, tapi cost politik memang tinggi sehingga akibatnya mereka memerlukan balik modal, dan karena balik modal itulah kemudian dia mengusahakan sejumlah cara sampai uang COVID pun dikorupsi oleh Mensos. Ini sangat mengerikan, bahkan menjijikkan kalau boleh kita bilang, karena di tengah COVID masih ada orang yang tega untuk korupsi. Birokrasi selalu tidak bisa netral, walaupun selalu diteriakan netral di permukaan. Nah, balik pada pertanyaan tadi, harus kita akui dari objektivitas kita sebagai akademisi melihat bahwa memang pemerintah sedang bermain dengan standar ganda di dalam menangani COVID ini. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Prof. Agus. Ada lagi beberapa pertanyaan. Ini pertanyaan ketiga adalah Bapak Dr. Nur Samsa Jumara. Beliau adalah senior lecturer di Politeknik STI Alan Bandung. How to overcome the learning process for various levels of education in Indonesia during this pandemic era?
Ya, persoalan pendidikan kita menjadi serius. Karena proses pembelajaran itu, kelas itu adalah tempat bersemainya pemikiran-pemikiran dan interaksi antara guru dan murid. Nah, ketika kelas ini kemudian dibatasi atau diberi jarak dengan media, apa yang disebut dengan distance learning, maka di situ interaksi terjadi tanpa ada keterikatan perasaan. Nah, persoalan kita adalah ketika nanti kembali anak-anak masuk ke sekolah pada Januari, maka mengubah mental itu menjadi persoalan serius. Mereka terbiasa belajar di rumah yang agak bebas, lalu kembali ke sekolah dengan keterikatan-keterikatan yang ketat, dan bisa jadi memang ini menjadi persoalan bagaimana kita mengembalikan mental anak-anak untuk kembali ke sekolah, karena kabarnya Januari itu sudah akan dimulai untuk masuk ke sekolah. Nah, ini saya kira persoalan yang harus kita memang siapkan, dan pengalaman di sejumlah sekolah, ya, ketakutan mereka adalah ketika sekolah menjadi klaster baru. Dan untuk mengatasi situasi yang sekarang ini memang diperlukan apa yang disebut dengan partisipasi masyarakat. Jadi bagi anak-anak yang, saya punya pengalaman di Bogor, rumah kedua saya di Bogor, itu banyak anak-anak yang memang tidak bisa mengikuti proses belajar sekarang ini karena ketiadaan cellphone tadi, ketiadaan handphone, ketiadaan pulsa, dan kami kemudian memberi satu cara, dukungan masyarakat menyediakan tempat yang agak luas, orang-orang yang berpunya di sana, lalu menghadirkan guru keliling. Intinya untuk pendidikan ini menjadi persoalan yang serius bagi kita semua, dan saya kira ilmu administrasi publik memberi kita satu pengetahuan tentang bagaimana memanage sekolah, bagaimana memanage kelas, terkait dengan regulasi-regulasi yang ada pada pemerintahan sekarang. Saya sendiri melihat pemerintah masih ragu untuk membuka kelas itu, tampak dari peraturan yang keluar itu boleh dengan catatan, tidak boleh ketika terjadi sesuatu. Dalam pandangan saya melihat suasana seperti sekarang ini memang sebaiknya kita tetap belajar di rumah dulu, dengan mengembangkan strategi-strategi pembelajaran yang menarik supaya anak-anak tetap betah belajar dengan pendekatan berbasis online. Saya kira itu, Bu Septiana.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Agus. Pertanyaan berikutnya adalah dari Mas Agustinus Sulistyo. Ini senior researcher ya from the National Institute of Public Administration. Short question, Pak. In your experiences, how to educate people or society to choose or make balance between health or economic issues?
both of them penting ya. Dua-duanya penting. Economic is important, health is important too. Tetapi kalau kita kemudian memilih which one we choose ya, saya berpandangan bahwa kesehatan itu lebih penting ya. Dengan kesehatan itu orang bisa melakukan aktivitas ekonomi ya. Tapi kendati pun kita punya uang kalau kita tidak sehat ya. Banyak orang punya uang tidak bisa makan karena sakit gula darah, jantung, paru-paru dan sebagainya yang akhirnya penguasaan dia terhadap aset-aset ekonomi itu tidak bisa kemudian dimanfaatkan maksimal berkait dengan kesehatannya. Nah, tetapi kalau dia sehat, maka kepemilikan kita yang terbatas itu membuat kita bisa tetap berbahagia. Jadi kalau ada pilihan, sebetulnya itu bukan pilihan, keduanya adalah penting. Tapi kalau kemudian kita harus memilih, maka sebaiknya kita memilih kesehatan. Kita semua menyadari bahwa saya memiliki banyak teman yang terserang COVID, menyedihkan sekali. Hari ini masih ada 7 yang di rumah sakit, kawan dekat yang saya maksud ya. Kami biasa bergaul, mereka sudah menjaga kesehatan tapi tetap terkena virus itu karena pejabat publik yang memang harus melayani masyarakat. Ya. Tapi pilihan kita bagi masyarakat tertentu, kan gini, pertumbuhan ekonominya itu kan membentuk huruf K ya. Ada yang meningkat kurvanya, ada yang menurun. Jadi seperti huruf K. Tidak seperti kurva yang meningkat terus menurun, tapi ada yang meningkat, ada yang menurun. Untuk bisnis tertentu itu meningkat. Pada bisnis yang lain menurun. Nah, saya kira di sini perlu kepedulian mereka yang sedang berbisnis yang meningkat itu berbagi pada mereka yang bisnisnya sedang merosot. Ya. Dalam masyarakat kita, saya kira social sharing ini sudah terjadi sangat bagus ya, di mana yang berpunya kemudian berbagi pada yang tidak berpunya. Maka disitulah sebenarnya kemarahan masyarakat pada menteri kita ya. Sorry, saya kok ke belakang lagi. Oke, saya lupakan itu. Memang kemarahan masyarakat itu luar biasa sekarang, karena ketika orang sedang susah, masih sempat korupsi gitu ya. Nah oke, lupakan itu. Bagi kita masyarakat itu saling sharing ya, mengelola aset-aset yang kita miliki. Bagi dosen saya kira kurvanya bukan kurva turun ya, kurva meningkat. Karena di rumah saja dia bisa, work from home aja dia bisa tetap menghasilkan. Memberi kuliah dari rumah, semua aktivitas di rumah, menulis dari rumah, tetap menghasilkan. Maka bagi dosen dan semua masyarakat yang tetap bisa mendapatkan dari work from home itu, ada baiknya kita berbagi kepada masyarakat untuk bagi mereka yang tidak memiliki kemampuan ekonomi bisa kita bantu. Jadi pertanyaan yang sulit memang memilih antara kesehatan dan ekonomi, dan itu juga menyebabkan pemerintah galau untuk menerapkan lockdown atau tidak ya. Kampus-kampus sudah berani melockdown karena proses pembelajaran masih tetap jalan. Tapi bagi mereka yang aktivitasnya memang dari aktivitas ekonomi street vendor tadi, ini menjadi persoalan yang cukup serius, dan dalam konteks itulah saya kira memang modal sosial kemasyarakatan kita harus terus dikembangkan. Saya kira itu Bu Diana. Bu Septiana.
Terima kasih Pak Agus. We still have 2 minutes Pak. One more question. It's okay
please.
Pak.
Okay, please.
Okay. From Sari Pitrianti, he is student of Polytechnic STIL Bandung. Cases in development of COVID continue to increase, especially in the Bandung city. The city government policies are good enough in an effort to break the chain of COVID transmission, but on the implementation, they are still less supervision. For example, many people eat in the restaurant or streets and also accept on the side dining. And many people who are sick with symptoms pointing to COVID, but do not carry out rapid and independent swab tests. So how are government steps to overcome these problems? Thank you.
Ya, ini juga memang menghadapi COVID ini memang kita ada keterbelahan pandangan ya. Jadi kalau dalam perspektif sosiologi agama itu keterbelahannya dapat dilihat dari cara berpikir yang berpikir mereka yang sangat menggantungkan pada Tuhan bahwa soal kematian itu adalah urusan Tuhan, dan kemudian mereka yang mempunyai kesadaran tentang ikhtiar kesehatan. Ini kira-kira antara Jabariyah dan Qadariyah dalam taksonomi sosiologi Islam. Nah, bagi mereka yang memahami bahwa kehidupan kita ini semuanya dari Allah, ya, dan manusia itu tidak bisa menentukan kapan dia mati dan kapan dia hidup, maka ikhtiar pemerintah di dalam menangani COVID ini menjadi sia-sia bagi mereka. Karena apa? Karena mereka tidak memiliki kekhawatiran tertentu tentang adanya COVID ini. Pada bagian lain juga ada masyarakat yang begitu khawatir, ya, dan ini kelompok Qadariyah dalam taksonomi itu, ya, atau mereka yang merasa bahwa manusia itu bisa menentukan kapan dia mati dan kapan dia hidup. Nah, maka bagi mereka itu berdiam diri di rumah adalah sebuah pilihan. Yang paling baik sebetulnya adalah orang yang betul-betul bisa ada di tengah antara Qadariyah dan Jabariyah. Mereka memahami bahwa Tuhan itu menentukan umur kita, tapi ikhtiar manusia itu sangat penting. Nah, proses edukasi ini yang kita tidak menemukan di dalam penjabaran-penjabaran di dalam ruang-ruang keagamaan, ya. Bahkan yang tampil adalah satu sikap yang betul-betul neo-Jabariyah yang memahami bahwa urusan Tuhan adalah urusan mati, urusan kita adalah urusan menjalani kehidupan itu. Nah, pada bagian yang lebih sosiologis, pandemi ini memang ada persoalan yang serius untuk kita perhatikan, ya. Angka kematiannya meningkat, ya. Tapi kemudian tidak dijelaskan meninggalnya itu karena faktor satu-satunya COVID atau dia punya penyakit bawaan. Hampir semua yang meninggal itu kalau kita perhatikan selalu memiliki penyakit bawaan. Saya bukan dokter dan tidak kompeten untuk menjelaskan dari sisi penyakitnya. Tapi dari sisi statistik kita bisa membaca bahwa yang meninggal itu memang punya penyakit bawaan. Maka saya kira kebijakan pemerintah ini harus melihat dari aspek, dulu pernah ada 40 tahun boleh keluar, yang sekian puluh tahun ke bawah, ke atas tidak boleh keluar rumah. Tetapi memang law enforcement kita itu rumit, ya, rumit sekali. Mengapa? Karena tadi ada inkonsistensi pemerintah. Kerumunan di Solo tidak diperhatikan. Ada berkembang di media sosial tentang bagaimana para aparatur negara, terutama dari aparatur keamanan itu berjoget gembira di tengah COVID, ya, dan masyarakat bisa melihat. Sehingga tadi yang ditanyakan teman-teman sebelumnya soal keteladanan, ya, keteladanan itu menjadi penting sekali. Bagaimana mungkin Pak masyarakat mau mematuhi pada bagian yang lain, negara membiarkan kerumunan itu terjadi dan kasat mata kita bisa melihat. Jadi ini persoalan, saya kira ada persoalan administrasinya, ada persoalan hukumnya, juga ada persoalan falsafah kita bernegara. Nah, oleh karenanya memang tadi benar sekali bahwa keteladanan itu menjadi penting. Nah, kalau sudah begitu seperti apa? Maka saya berpandangan, ya kita meniru Nabi saja, ibda bin nafsik, mulai dari diri kita sendiri. Jangan kita melihat bagaimana orang di luar, ya sudahlah kita mulai dari kita sendiri. Kalau ada kejengkelan kita tentang sesuatu yang kita lihat itu, ya sudahlah, jangan bikin jengkel, nanti malah imunnya jadi turun. Jadi rileks saja, hadapi itu dengan gembira, dan kita memulai dari diri kita sendiri. Kalau kita nggak bisa merubah dunia, rubahlah negara. Negara nggak bisa sampai keluarga, nggak bisa juga, ya kita rubah diri saja. Kita mulai dari diri kita sendiri. Alhamdulillah bagi teman-teman yang menjaga ini, ikhtiar itu penting, tapi keyakinan pada Allah itu penting, tapi Tuhan juga meminta kita berikhtiar untuk menjaga kesehatan kita. Terima kasih.
Okay. Terima kasih. Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Agus
Terima
Suradika.
kasih. You're welcome.
Our excellent speaker for answering all the questions clearly and well. Very appreciated, Professor.
Thank you.
Okay, we come to the last speaker, Professor Sten Christiansen, PhD from Ager University, Oslo, Norway. Is Professor Sten has joined the Zoom meeting? Good morning, Professor. And also, it's still early morning, Professor.
Yeah, it's already a 6:15, so not too early.
Okay. Okay. Before we hear the material from Professor Sten, let me introduce short bio of Professor Sten Christiansen. He achieved his PhD degree from the Norwegian School of Economics. Previously, Professor Sten held honorary professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business at Gajah Mada. Previously held position head of Asia Research Foundation and Norwegian School of Economics. He is currently an honorary professor at the Faculty of Economics and Business at Gajah Mada University or UGM, Indonesia. His specialization in development studies. I will invite Professor Stein, who will convey the material entitled The Value of Trust in Fighting a Pandemic, the case of Norway as part of Europe. Time is yours, Professor Stein.
Thank you for the nice introduction. I will share with you a PowerPoint.
Thank you. Okay, this moment. Okay, Professor Stein, can you just continue and then I will share the PowerPoint later. Okay, it's ready.
I think I can do it from here. It's okay?
Okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the title of my speech is The Value of Trust in Fighting a Pandemic. I will use the case of Norway as a part of Europe. It's partly because I'm a Norwegian, but partly also because Norway is a little bit unique, also in this context of studying the spread of the pandemic. You see my logos here. It's the University of Agder, located in Kristiansand, which is on the southern tip of Norway. You also see the logo of Gajah Mada, since I'm also working partly with them. And we have had a very close cooperation with UGM since the very early 1990s. So already 30 years of close cooperation. At this time of the year, I should have been doing fieldwork in Maluku and NTT. So unfortunately, because of the pandemic, I have to remain in the cold climate of Norway. Anyway, let me continue, starting talking a little bit about why, talking about Europe for an audience mostly from Indonesia. It's because there are huge numbers of fatalities from COVID-19 in Norway. Until now, we have 330,000 people dead. That is almost 1/4 of the total number of global deaths. And that is among a population of only 10% of the world's total. So there is an overrepresentation of dead people from COVID-19 in Europe. It's also good to compare European countries because they all have reliable and comparable statistics. We also all have a quite high human development index, meaning we have quite high levels of education, generally good health, and a solid economic base. Also because of democracy, we are an aging population with a high average age, meaning also we are exposed severely to the consequences of COVID-19. We also have quite a similar culture. That means secular, and it means a culture characterized by self-expression or individualism. These are terms from Engelhart's World Culture Map. We are also united politically. All European countries are democratic, and most of us form a part of a union with the obligations following that union, which includes mobility. I have to tell you that Norway is not a full member of the European Union, but we are associated member. So we have to follow more or less the same rules as the rest of Europe. Climate might also matter for the spread of COVID-19. The European climate is temperate, it's quite cool and quite similar. It's also easy to compare among European countries because none of us have any pre-pandemic immunity. And that's really a point. That if we look further south of Europe, we see Africa, and it's amazing how few cases of COVID-19 we find in countries in Africa which has malaria as an endemic disease. So people tend to build up resistance against COVID-19 by having malaria. That might also be seen in eastern parts of Indonesia. As I talked about the Maluku and NTT, for instance. Also in Europe, we don't have any real awareness from recent previous pandemics, like many Asian countries have. I mean, talking about the SARS in 2003, that created definitely an awareness about how to treat pandemics in not only China, but also Taiwan, Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, all countries that are not very severely affected by COVID-19. So let's start now having a look at the number of deaths per million people in European countries. We see big differences here between the colors. The peak is in Central Western Europe with Belgium, which has the highest number of deaths, 1,450 per million inhabitants. I think you have also heard about the severe consequences of COVID-19, especially in Italy, in France, in Spain, and in Britain. And you see there is a remarkable difference within this region from 1,450 deaths per million down to the lowest, which is Norway, with only 62. We can see this also in this graph. Norway, 60, Finland, quite low. Other Nordic countries, Denmark, quite low. If we go down to Sweden, we see quite another pattern. And again, we see Italy, Spain, and Belgium here at the bottom with the highest numbers of deaths. Now, we should be searching for non-medical reasons for the huge variations in the spread and the fatalities of the pandemic within the European region. We know that the spread of viruses generally in a society is a function of people's mobility and density. But we also know that this does not explain everything. So my question is, what else matters for the spread of COVID-19 and for the tremendous differences that we have seen within the European region? Now, again, why focus on Norway? Of course, again, it has Europe's lowest number of corona deaths per million. What else makes Norway different? You might think that the low population density might matter also for the spread of COVID-19. We have a population density of only 14 people per square kilometer. But if we take a closer look, we see that the urban-rural population rate in Norway is 83 to 17, meaning that 83% of our population live in urban areas. Compared to France, 80 to 20, Germany, 77 to 23, and Italy, even lower, 71 to 29. So low population density cannot be the explanation for the low death rate in Norway. Then we could think that Norwegian people located far up in the north, they are a little bit isolated, they don't have a high mobility, but it's the opposite. Norway is, I think, after Luxembourg and the Netherlands and Singapore, the fourth most social, globally connected country in the world. That is counting migrants, student exchange, tourists, and ordinary travels, according to the DHL Global Connectedness. Then a third hypothesis why Norway could be different is because we are quite a homogeneous society. And that's a point, that's a very important point. But also in Norway, we see increasing shares of immigrants and building up of multicultural society. Finally, we could believe that the reason why Norway is different is because of political culture. You might have heard about the Nordic development model, which is characterized by social democracy, welfare state. So there we are approaching fact, I think, a real explanation for the difference. Trust is at the core of my explanation, as you have seen from the title. And here I also put a Norwegian term, which is dugnad. I don't find a good English translation for the term, but it's something like voluntary work. And the closest term I find is the Indonesian gotong royong. So dugnad is actually a part of our culture. We have a tradition for working together to obtain set goals. This can make a difference. So talking about trust, we have the regular world value survey, which creates quite reliable statistics, especially again for Europe. Norway is definitely the country in Europe with the highest score on this index of trust in central government. We ask people, huge numbers of people, to what extent do you trust the central government? So 90% of Norwegians say they do trust Norwegian central government. There are only, I think, 1 or 2 countries in the world with a higher score on this parameter, and one is Uzbekistan with 97%. So you see, the statistics are not always reliable. I mentioned about the Nordic model. You see remarkably a huge difference between Norway and Denmark from 90% down to 70%. Sweden even lower, only 65% of the population do trust the central government. Approximately same as in Finland. The average for Europe is 55%, represented here by Netherlands, Poland, Germany, Belgium. UK a little bit lower, Italy and Spain down to only 30% of the people trusting central government. I think we are now very close to something that can explain the difference in the spread and the fatalities of COVID-19. So let me just show you an illustration on the Nordics. That is Sweden, Denmark, Norway, and Finland, also here compared with Germany. You see the confirmed deaths per 100,000 people up to October 12 in these 4 countries. And you see the remarkable difference between Sweden and West. And I will get back to explaining also that. Well, this is from our Norwegian central television, NRK News, that is national broadcasting company, December 3rd. We are really concerned about this difference. Innlagt in Norwegian means hospitalized. You see now currently, or 5 days ago, there were 2,036 people hospitalized from COVID-19 in Sweden, compared to only 113 in Norway. Swedish population is only a little bit bigger than the Norwegian. So again, I put this picture to illustrate that this is something the Scandinavian people are really discussing and are really concerned about. Now, generally, we can say there are 2 main mechanisms to fight the COVID-19. One is by stay-at-home orders. That is the government telling us to keep social distance for the shops, for the restaurants, for the bars, even for the schools or kindergartens, to have limited opening hours. That is curfews, that is regulations on quarantines, and that is also lockdown, as we shall get back to. This is totally different strategy from the open societies strategy to fight COVID-19. That has an underlying philosophy that we should reach a herd immunity within a year or 2, and thereby limit the negative consequences of the disease in the long run. Herd immunity with focused protection, that means isolating the old people, the vulnerable people, those over 65, and those with underlying sickness. This open society strategy, or we could call it a philosophy to fight COVID-19, has now got the term the Great Barrington Declaration. It was stated in October this year by the American Institute for Economic Research. It's a risk-based strategy, but saying that we have to face this pandemic by accepting quite a high number of deaths. And I will get back to this distinction, this difference, when we talk about differences in the spread of COVID-19 also in Europe. Open societies, I mean, it has an appeal to people, and we see lots of demonstrations in Europe currently, telling no more masks, no more lies, no more lockdown. People are really getting tired of COVID-19 and all the government regulations. People tend to say that let some people die from this, while the huge majority of people can still live quite normal lives. No more tyranny, do the research. These are posters regularly found in demonstrations in France, in Germany, in Britain, in lots of European countries, not so much in Norway currently. So also the state leaders, Boris Johnson said in April, let's still shake hands. Of course, he caught the COVID-19 and got severely sick. And thereby also he changed the policy in Britain. And Trump says still, like a miracle, it will disappear. So I say this, referring to do the research poster, like a miracle, it will disappear. Let's base the strategy on science, on facts. And let's now have a look at the facts, how COVID-19 has affected Europe. This is the weekly total number of deaths in 26 European countries from May 2017 until November this year, for all age groups. So this is May 2017. You see the death rate is falling, and then it's increasing again around January 2018, keeping high until March, then falling again, then increasing again. You see, this is a normal curve for Europe, and you realize that these tops of the curve are related to the normal flu that we normally get in Europe in January, February, and it lasts until April. Now to 2020, you see a dramatic increase in this death curve from approximately week 12. So reaching 90,000 people per week, while the normal for the flu period is 65 to 70,000. Now, let's have a look at the same for various age groups. This is from 0 to 14 years. There is no difference between 2020 and the previous years. So there is no extra number of deaths in this age group in 2020 compared to previous years. For the 65 plus years group, you see this dramatic peak. If we break these curves down on country level, let's start with Norway. The gray zone is the normal range. So you see, even for 2020, even from week 12, we cannot see that the death rate or the excess mortality, the set score, has moved out of the normal range. Quite remarkable. While in Spain, we see that the death rate is 40 times, more than 40 times the normal. In these weeks in March and April. And it's increasing again far above the normal range in September, October, November. Also for Sweden, we see a 15 times higher excess mortality rate in the first peak season of the COVID-19. Now you see the curves, the waves of COVID-19 in Norway. So this is reported COVID-19 cases by specimen collection day. First curve starting in March, reaching a peak in April, going down almost to zero during our summer season in June and July until August, and then increase again. Keep in mind that the test capacity and competence to test people has increased tremendously. We estimate that in the beginning, only 10% of real cases were detected, while currently we detect close to 50% of the real case. Now, still in Norway, let's have a look at the total deaths per week in 2018, 19, and 20, only for the weeks 1 to 48. So we can compare the 3 years. You see, again, remarkably, that only for the weeks 13 to 14, which is from mid-March to mid-April, do we have a number of deaths which is above the normal. The normal is about 800 dead people per week, and we see only a little higher death rates in these 4 weeks. In the remaining of the year, actually, the number of deaths is lower than the 2 previous. Then it's interesting to ask who gets and who dies from COVID-19 in Norway. You see very clearly from these columns, these diagrams, that the number of confirmed COVID-19 cases is highest among the age groups from 20 to 29 and 30 to 39. So these ages are mostly exposed to the sickness. But they also carry the sickness without normally very severe symptoms. If we move to the other diagrams showing the number of COVID-19 associated deaths by sex and age, we see, as you know, as we all know, that is those over 65, especially those over 70, especially those over 80 years that get so sick that they die from COVID-19. This is interesting because, again, to the Gotong Royong mentality, to the Dugnad culture, we need these young people to follow the regulation to avoid that the old people die. They don't do it for themselves because they know that they will just get a little bit sick or maybe not have any symptoms at all. So they have to take care to avoid the death of the elderly. Let me continue breaking down the numbers and finding out who gets and who spreads COVID-19 in Norway. It started in March by actually Norwegian ski tourists returning from the winter holidays in the Alps, bringing the COVID-19 from Italy, northern Italy, and Austria. Then later on, it was brought in by migrant workers who are not obliged to go into quarantine. We have a lot of migrant workers coming temporarily from other EU countries, particularly from Eastern Europe, especially from Poland. Then we have seen that other cultures that are not integrated in the Norwegian trust philosophy and the Dugnad spirit bring in and spread disease. Somali weddings, we saw a lot of COVID-19 from these ceremonies. We have also seen it from religious ceremonies, like the Ashura in late August, was it? Early September. We saw a number of local cases of COVID-19 originating from religious communities not following the government advice on how to avoid COVID-19.
Excuse me, Professor.
Yes.
Your time is 3 minutes left.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We also have young people partying. Let me move to the main actors in the Norwegian strategy to fight the pandemic. We have the central government with the Prime Minister playing a central role, Health Minister, the Directorate of Health, and of course the Ministries of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Finance. We have the local governments with 356 municipalities. We have the national health authorities with Norwegian Institute of Public Health, key player. And that is remarkable how there has been a disagreement between the Minister of Health and this Norwegian Institute of Public Health. If I have only 3 minutes left, I cannot go into the details, but only pointing to March 12, which was like a shock for us when we had the first COVID-19 death and when the Prime Minister declared a national lockdown. Only after a few weeks, April 6th, we heard by the minister that the outbreak is under control with a reproduction rate down to 0.7. So this saying that we had an extremely successful lockdown. Now we look forward to the starting of the vaccine in January. This is Norwegian Prime Minister Erna Solberg telling the Norwegian people again in the Norwegian news broadcasting last week, telling the Norwegian people how we have to celebrate the Christmas, how we have to limit the number of people coming together to 10, and how we have to organize the seating of the tables. This is very remarkable, and the Prime Minister also said it. I never thought as a Prime Minister that I would tell the Norwegian people how to sit during the Christmas ceremony. I have to say a few words about the economic consequences. Europe, the European Union, will spend 3.7 trillion euro to mitigate the effects of COVID-19. That is 19.5% of GDP. That is 8,200 euro per capita. We could have a look at the way the spending are dispersed among the different countries, but let's rather look to Norway. We spend 15.4 billion euro, which is only 2,850 euro per capita, which is 1/3 of the average for EU, and which is only 4.6% of the GDP. Again, compared to 19.5% of GDP for EU. So this is the expected recession following the COVID-19, according to the IMF, minus 2.8% in Norway, minus 12.8% in Spain. Again, back to the actors behind the Norwegian strategy, central government with power to lead policy towards good results for corona-related health, while the other main actors have tended to point more towards reducing the economic impacts and the negative impacts on employment. I follow up this by saying that it has been tremendously important in Norway that the central government has got full support from the media. Let me end by saying with the Norwegian poet Nordahl Grieg, we are so few in this country. Any victim is a sibling and a friend. That is also something to do with the philosophy of trust and the ideology of doing the dugnad, the Godtong Royal. My last part of the presentation is lessons to be learned, but maybe we can get back to that if my time is already passed. I thought I had an hour at disposal. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Stein. Thank you for the attractive and insightful presentation and information. Now we move to the last question answer session. Actually, there are some questions raised from chatting room and YouTube, but we just selected 2 questions for you, Professor. The first question is from Bapak Abdurrahman, PhD, from Polytechnic STIA Land Bandung. Based on the experience in Norway, what is the effective way to increase trust of society to the government, especially for handling COVID-19?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I wish I could answer it. You know, trust takes decades, not to talk about centuries, to build. I think there is a high trust in Norwegian government because for decades and even for centuries we have had a clean government. We have had good governance. Norway, Denmark, Sweden were the first countries in the world to implement Freedom of Information Acts and freedom of the press, meaning we have always had, since the 18th century, the opportunity to look into what the government is doing. I think simply transparency is the way to build trust.
Okay, thank you. The second question is from Bapak Tatang Sudrajat from Sanggabuana University. Please give me your opinion about, in fact, we still meet perception from several people that COVID-19 only a form of conspiration between many political actors in the world. Thank you.
Yeah, this is also very interesting. I think it's about fake news, and it has a lot to do with the US and the crazy US president. Trying to support media that are also in favor of ignoring disease to keep the economy going. There is no fact saying that this is not a serious disease. If we shall argue that it's not serious, then we have to say that we have to accept that the old people and people with underlying sicknesses have to die.
Okay. Professor, we still have 2 minutes, so I will add one more question
Yes,
from Pak Sabar Gunawan, lecturer of Polytechnic STI Elan Bandung. People are social beings. Social distancing is likely against the human nature. People can't stay home for months. So what has the Norway government been doing to recover the economic condition that involves many people?
Yeah, actually, I should have said much more about this. We had a total lockdown only from the 12th of March until mid-April. That led to the fall of the reproduction rate, the R, from far above 1 down to 0.7. So that had a great effect. And then when we sent the kids back to schools, when our students were allowed to go back to the university in the second part of April into May, we said, wash your hands, keep 1 meter's distance, and that has been keeping the infection down all till we started traveling a lot during the summer vacation. So we brought back imported infection. Then again, I mean, we had to limit social relations. Now we only have to come together a maximum of 10 people for private gatherings. It's acceptable. And students can still go to the campus. All schools, all kindergartens are still open with this discipline of trying to keep 1 meter and always washing our hands. We are able to keep it under control.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Stein, for all the answer. And this is a very clear and also This is also have already answered all the questions. Thank you. And we will close this panel session. Let me just summarize the main points from all speakers. So there are some conclusion from all speakers. First of all, a COVID-19 pandemic has affected all aspects of our lives. The speakers have presented how pandemic affect in daily lives, health accessibility, and even food security. As a response to the pandemic, there are several strategies needed in public policy and administration, including redefining our bureaucracy reformation, talking about political economy of Indonesia into account when managing the pandemic, and also issuing policies in education which prioritize pandemic response as well as building trust among people, government, and stakeholders to optimize the pandemic problem solving. From the first speaker, Professor Dr. Fedi Hadis mentioned that pandemic impacts are not only health, but also social and political. There is a social determinant which contribute to the vulnerability people face during pandemic. But the public policies that manage pandemic are lacking attention to this social determinant. It's important for the government to issue public policy that pay more attention to the political economy analysis. Then the second speaker, Professor Dr. Ahmad Mardata, mentioned that the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on food security in the context of Malaysia. Food security in Malaysia depends on imports from other countries, so it is heavily impacted by the pandemic. Malaysia needs to think about self-sufficiency to ensure more affordable foods and survive the pandemic. And the third speaker, Bapak Dr. Muhammad Taufik DEA, mentioned about the important to redesign bureaucratic reformation as the current one still has apparent weaknesses, such as the lack of cross-sectoral coordination. To respond a pandemic, we need to shift the reform to aim for more agile bureaucracy by shifting the thinking on leadership, focus, and approach. The fourth speaker, Professor Dr. Agus Suradika, underlined that the COVID-19 cases are high in Indonesia, and it affects the hospitals and health services. Also bring positive and negative impact to education. As a response, it is necessary to issue education policy that works by taking several indicators into account. Those are bureaucracy, resource, disposition, and communication indicators. And the last speaker, Professor Sten Christiansen, PhD, he underlined different actions undertaken by the government manages the pandemic that brings different results to the number of COVID-19 cases. To bring the cases low and minimize the impacts, it is important for the governance actors to build trust. In the case of Norway, the actors include national and local governance, National Health Authority, and business and labor associations. These actors have shared understanding of health risks. Their trust in each other forms optimal level of political and administration authority clear division of responsibilities, and cooperation. All are lessons learned from the Norway case. So, once again, thanks to all the respectful and great speakers and attendees. Hopefully, all material presented is useful and we are all in a good health and enthusiasm. Stay healthy and happy. All the best for all of us. Now, I hand over the event to our Master of Ceremony, Ms. Endah Trianomsari. Time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Septiana.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you, moderator Mrs. Septiana Dwi Putriantri, PhD. Also, thank you for all the speakers for the very insightful analysis on the effect and response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And ladies and gentlemen, before we close the first session of the conference, I would like to remind you that there will be the second session on 1:30 p.m. So all participants are expected to stay or rejoin the Zoom meeting at 1:30 p.m. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are also would like to present the certificate for the speakers, and the first certificate is awarded to the first one for Professor Dr. Agus Pramusinto. The next one will be for Professor Dr. Fedi Hadis. Thank you, Prof. Agus and Prof. Fedi, for coming. For Professor Dr. Ahmad Martada, thank you for sharing with us. Next one for Dr. Triwidodo Wahyu Utomo, MA. Thank you for coming. Also for Dr. Muhammad Taufik, DEA. Thank you for coming to our event. And for Professor Dr. Agus Suradika. Thank you, Professor, for sharing with us. And also for Professor Stein Christiansen, PhD. Thank you for sharing with us today. And also for Mrs. Septiana Dwi Putrianti, PhD. Thank you for being a moderator in our conference.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, once again, thank you for all the speakers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to invite you to take virtual photos. So please kindly turn your camera on and look at the camera. Maybe in 1, 2, 3. We will do this 5 times. So again, 1, 2, 3. Next slide. 1, 2, 3. More. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, again, we remind you to fill the attendance form, and the e-certificate will be sent to your email address by the committee. We also like to invite you to come to the presentation session at 1:30 p.m. The committee will assign you to breakout rooms in which you can join the room according to your subtopic interests. And finally, this is the end of the first session. I would like to extend our gratitude to all the speakers and all participants. See you in the next session very soon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Bu Diana.
Sama-sama.
Thank you, Prof. Martada.
Thank you, Prof. Stein, Teh Tiana, Sedayana.
Yeah, thank you.
Leslie. Thank you, Prof. Agus.
Yeah, Endah. You sounds like British.
Terima kasih, Endah.
Izin live ya.
Izin live, Bapak Ibu. Sampai ketemu lagi di breakout room.
Yes.
Untuk Bapak dan Ibu peserta, nanti boleh stay di Zoom ini atau boleh rejoin lagi nanti sebelum 1:30.
Oke, siap.
Setiap peserta boleh bergabung untuk memilih nanti room yang mana yang subtopiknya paling sesuai dengan minat masing-masing. Kemudian namanya silahkan diubah, nama, kemudian underscore ke room mana yang diinginkan.
Oh, iya.
Ini bisa dilihat, silahkan.
Nama, underscore,
Ya, room 1 untuk business and corporation and digital governance. Room 2 dan 3 silahkan yang berminat untuk mengikuti public administration. Room 4 dan 5 untuk public policy. Room 6 untuk human resource management, dan terakhir untuk room 7 ini and management, security studies, education, gender, inequality and poverty, juga tentang cultural studies. Jadi silahkan Bapak Ibu, sampai jumpa sebentar lagi sekitar 1.30. Sekarang silahkan untuk beristirahat.
Oke, terima kasih Enda. Thank you.
Wilujeng Sumping di Politeknik Setialan Bandung. Politeknik Setialan merupakan perguruan tinggi kementerian lembaga yang berada di bawah naungan Lembaga Administrasi Negara Republik Indonesia dan berlokasi di Jalan Hayam Wuruk nomor 34-38 Bandung. Pertama kali berdiri dengan nama PT Dian pada tahun 1960 dan selanjutnya dikenal dengan nama STI Yalan. Untuk mendukung fokus pemerintah dalam mengembangkan sumber daya manusia yang berkualitas melalui pendidikan vokasional, maka pada tanggal 1 Januari 2020, STI Yalan bertransformasi menjadi Politeknik Setialan. Visi menjadi Politeknik Administrasi berkelas dunia tahun 2044 telah menjadi panduan bersama bagi seluruh sivitas akademika Politeknik Setialan Bandung dalam mengoptimalkan penyelenggaraan Tridharma perguruan tinggi, yaitu pembelajaran, penelitian, serta pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Ketiganya secara berkelanjutan dan berkesinambungan yang terus diadaptasi dengan acuan perubahan zaman, tren, dan isu-isu strategis nasional maupun global dalam bidang administrasi. Upaya ini telah dilengkapi dengan jalinan kerjasama yang produktif dengan stakeholder eksternal serta pengembangan kapasitas kelembagaan dan tata kelola perguruan tinggi yang baik serta kompetitif. Dalam rangka mewujudkan kapasitas kelembagaan dan tata kelola politeknik yang bereputasi nasional pada 2024, Politeknik Setialan Bandung selalu berusaha meningkatkan kualitas pengajaran, penelitian, dan meningkatkan kolaborasi dan sinergi dengan berbagai stakeholder kunci, serta meningkatkan manajemen kualitas yang baik dan efektif. Prospektif merupakan tata nilai yang diterapkan di lingkungan Politeknik Setialan Bandung, yaitu profesional, setia, peduli, kebebasan akademik, terpercaya, integritas, dan inovatif. Seiring berjalan waktu, fokus, dan komitmen Politeknik Setialan Bandung terhadap kualitas penyelenggaraan Tridharma perguruan tinggi ditunjukkan dengan peningkatan dan pengembangan sistem penjaminan mutu, tata pamong, kepemimpinan, dan pengelolaan yang efektif dan berkesinambungan dengan melibatkan seluruh stakeholder, baik internal maupun eksternal. Pada tahun 2020, Politeknik Setiawan Bandung memiliki mahasiswa aktif yang terbagi atas mahasiswa magister terapan serta mahasiswa sarjana terapan. Pembinaan kemahasiswaan dan penghargaan terhadap prestasi mahasiswa yang telah dilakukan antara lain pengembangan unit kegiatan mahasiswa, penyelenggaraan pembinaan mental rohani dan jasmani, serta pemberian penghargaan bagi mahasiswa berprestasi. Dukungan sumber daya manusia, baik dosen maupun tenaga pendidik, merupakan salah satu hal yang sangat penting untuk mendukung terlaksananya Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi. Oleh karena itu, penguatan dan pengembangan untuk dosen dan tendik guna peningkatan kapabilitas dalam menunjang pelaksanaan Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi perlu dilakukan. Beberapa hal yang telah dilakukan antara lain diklat AA dan asesor bagi dosen dan sertifikasi kompetensi teknis bagi tendik. Politeknik Setiawan Bandung memiliki jurusan Administrasi Publik dan Administrasi Bisnis dengan 3 program studi antara lain Program Studi Magister Terapan dan Sarjana Terapan Administrasi Pembangunan Negara, Sarjana Terapan Manajemen Sumber Daya Manusia, dan Sarjana Terapan Administrasi Bisnis Sektor Publik. Kompetensi lulusan Sarjana Terapan dan Magister Terapan mengacu kepada Kerangka Kualifikasi Nasional Indonesia atau KKNI level 8 dan level 6 yang terdiri dari 4 kerangka. Lulusan Politeknik Setiawan Bandung diharapkan telah mencerminkan kebutuhan profesional di bidang administrasi publik dan administrasi bisnis yang diperlukan oleh stakeholder terkait. Kurikulum pendidikan vokasi memiliki komposisi bobot penilaian yang terdiri dari 70% praktek dan 30% teori. Bentuk pembelajaran program D4 terbagi atas pembelajaran di program studi dan program di luar kampus, antara lain PKM, proyek inovasi, dan magang. Sarana dan prasarana yang dimiliki oleh Politeknik Setiawan Bandung antara lain kelas perkuliahan, laboratorium komputer, laboratorium administrasi terpadu, ruang pojok baca dan open space, ruang unit kegiatan mahasiswa, ruang inkubator bisnis, perpustakaan, ruang musik, sarana ibadah dan kantin. Semua prasarana didukung oleh perangkat yang mumpuni dan akses Wi-Fi di setiap lokasi untuk kebutuhan pembelajaran dan kegiatan lainnya. Dukungan terhadap proses pembelajaran terus dikembangkan untuk beradaptasi terhadap perubahan zaman. Saat ini Politeknik Setiawan Bandung mendukung kegiatan pembelajaran secara daring dengan beberapa sistem pendukung seperti e-study, Microsoft Teams, dan sistem informasi akademik. Pengabdian kepada masyarakat atau PKM yang dilakukan oleh Politeknik Setiawan Bandung merupakan langkah dari Politeknik Setiawan Bandung untuk dapat memberikan solusi dalam bidang administrasi bagi masyarakat ataupun industri. Roadmap prioritas kajian PKM Politeknik Setiawan Bandung mencakup pemberdayaan desa sampai pembangunan sosial kultural. Dan sejak 2016 sampai 2019 telah dilakukan berbagai kegiatan PKM. Penelitian dan karya ilmiah merupakan bagian dari Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi yang harus dilaksanakan oleh para dosen di perguruan tinggi. Dalam periode 2016 sampai 2018 telah dihasilkan berbagai penelitian dosen dan jurnal yang telah terpublikasi, baik nasional, internasional, dan yang terakreditasi Dikti. Politeknik Setiawan Bandung telah memiliki 3 jurnal untuk mengakomodir dan meningkatkan kualitas hasil karya penelitian ilmiah, baik dari dosen maupun mahasiswa di perguruan tinggi. Ketiga jurnal tersebut adalah Jurnal Ilmu Administrasi, terakreditasi Sinta 3, Jurnal Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, dan Jurnal Magister Administrasi Terapan atau JIMAT. Untuk senantiasa meningkatkan kualitas Tridharma, Politeknik Setiawan Bandung senantiasa melakukan pengembangan yang berkelanjutan dalam berbagai bidang untuk menjadi perguruan tinggi dalam bidang administrasi yang unggul di 2044. Salam setia.
Firman ada langsung. Arab sana ini harus dimulai dalam sebuah simbolisme besar. Simbolisme besar itu adalah sebuah keberhasilan dan sebuah dan itu harus sebuah visi besar.
Wih, lama apa itu pinjam?
Wujudkan siap langsung. Dan saya terus terang mempunyai kebanggaan.
Hah?
Bilang pulang ya?
Iya.
Bapak Ibu peserta dan presenter dan partisipan, untuk breakout room sudah bisa Bapak Ibu gunakan fiturnya. Caranya Bapak Ibu ke menu, di situ ada breakout room, Bapak Ibu klik, kemudian sudah ada room 1 hingga 7. Nah, pada room itu Bapak Ibu klik join, misalnya di bagian room 1 di atasnya ada jumlah angkanya 2, 3, 4. Nah, di angka itu Bapak Ibu klik join gitu, Bu. Bapak Ibu.
Mana ya Pak?
Jadi
Ada di mana?
ini ya,
Mana ya Pak?
klik menu dulu, cari menu breakout room. Menu breakout room itu ada di samping tombol share screen dan record di bawah, di menu yang ada di bawah. Kalau sudah ketemu, gambar icon menunya adalah kotak, ada 4. Bapak Ibu klik breakout room, lalu kemudian di situ ada room 1 sampai 7. Sesuai peminatan yang tadi disampaikan, Bapak Ibu tinggal join. Nah, cara joinnya, arahkan kursor Bapak Ibu misalnya di room 1, itu terdapat jumlah pesertanya. Misal room 1 ada 7 orang nih saat ini. Nah, klik angka 7-nya, kemudian join sampai keluar icon join seperti itu.
Di saya kok nggak ada simbol breakout room ya?
Pakai handphone atau pakai laptop, Bu Keisha? Pakai laptop. Sebentar.
Itu nggak ada Mas ya?
Didik juga nggak ada ya. Untuk yang nggak ada mungkin ditunggu sebentar. Mungkin Bapak Ibu yang tidak muncul menu breakout room-nya boleh namanya dikasih tambahan ya. Tambahan misalnya Pak Didik Iskandar strip room 2 gitu. Atau Bu Keisha Dinya strip room 1. Nah, nanti kami akan masukkan nama Bapak Ibu tadi sesuai roomnya yang Bapak Ibu cantumkan pada nama gitu ya.
Pak Yuning juga belum ada Pak dan tidak ada tombolnya, punten.
Ya, tunggu tombolnya. Oke, nanti ditunggu Bu Ayuni.
Rulina Pak.
Saya juga nggak ada Pak Egi.
Kami ulangi, silahkan untuk Bapak Ibu yang tidak ada menu breakout room-nya, namanya di rename, tambahkan room berapa yang Bapak Ibu ingin masuk. Misalnya Siti Widaretno spasi room 1 gitu. Nanti kami akan lihat berdasarkan tadi yang sudah Bapak Ibu input, data room yang Bapak Ibu minati, kami akan masukkan. Nah, prosesnya mungkin ditunggu ya Bapak Ibu. Sedang
Baik,
kami
Pak.
masukkan satu persatu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Room 2 di mana Pak Luki?
Prof, selamat siang, Prof.
Yang aku lagi nyariin roomku.
Iya, sama, Prof. Prof, rencana hari Kamis kita rapat bareng ada waktu, Prof? Pagi, Prof?
Jam berapa? Aku kan Kamis juga di Jakarta itu. Apa? Gimana kalau Jumat aja?
Oh, Jumat jam berapa, Prof?
Ya, jadi kalau itu aku nggak pulang.
Oh, rapatnya via Zoom aja, Prof?
Oh, via Zoom.
Karena ada yang dari Senat Makassar juga, Prof.
Oh, oke.
Nanti saya WA ya, Prof?
Jumat aja, mau Jumat, Sabtu, Minggu nggak masalah saya. Karena
Oke, siap-siap, Prof.
Ya, karena kalau hari Kamis saya kebetulan nguji JFAK sertifikasi.
Oke.
Kan asesor aku.
Jumat, Pak.
Ya.
Jumat pagi ya, Prof?
Itu sertifikasi yang apa
Ya, Prof. Terima
Roomnya
kasih,
di
Prof.
mana? Udah ketemu belum? Aku belum ketemu ya.
Belum, Prof.
Oh, nunggu ya,
ini.
kalau gitu ya.
Di rename dulu, Prof, namanya.
Di rename aja, Prof.
Saya sudah di rename, Mas. Dari tadi, Mas.
Di rename di
Bang,
samping namanya.
rename atau Bang? Oh, rename sendiri ya?
Iya.
Iya,
Rename,
Prof.
Prof.
Endang, apa kabar, Prof Endang?
Halo, apa kabar? Kangen ya? Kita nggak
Saya lagi di jalan nih, lagi utak-atik.
Utak-atik terus. Ini aku lagi nyari room. Harus di rename dulu katanya. Itu soalnya keburu ini.
Pak Kuli, ada air minum? Masih ada minum yang...
Bah, ngirimnya di mana, Bah?
Di kotak nama, Prof. Di kotak nama, Prof.
Partisipan?
Iya, di kotak nama sebelah kanan.
Oh iya, oke.
Baru ada titik 3. Baru tertulis, diklik baru tertulis rename, Prof.
Oke, bagi Bapak Ibu, kami ulangi lagi yang masih belum masuk room. Jika ingin memasuki room yang sesuai yang tadi kami sampaikan, ada room 1 sampai 7 dan topik-topiknya. Nanti akan kami share screen lagi. Tapi untuk Bapak Ibu sudah tahu, mangga boleh ganti namanya, rename, tambahkan room berapa yang ingin Bapak Ibu masuki sesuai topik yang diminati. Nanti ditunggu, akan kami proses untuk kami masukkan ke dalam room tersebut.
Bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin join ke room panelis untuk melihat presentasi dari presenter, bisa menambahkan nama akun dari Zoom-nya dengan menambahkan room keberapa. Di layar ada beberapa room room 1 sampai 7 bisa ditambahkan nama Bapak Ibu dengan roomnya tersebut gitu ya. Terima kasih. Biar agar kami memasukkan secara manual. Terima kasih.
Pandi, masuk ke room chat roomnya gimana nih? Breakout.
Masuk aja Pak ke breakout Pak kayaknya Pak. Nih bisa nih, saya ada pilihan nih Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, panitia.
Siap,
Waalaikumsalam.
sebentar.
Mana masuknya? Breakout room, oke. Satu.
Pak Dayat sudah berhasil menemukan breakout room-nya, Pak?
Sudah, ini lagi milih nih.
Lagi milih ya, Pak?
Lagi milih.
Oke.
Oke. Ini tadi lupa yang ada judulnya ini, room-roomnya nih. Room 1 itu digital governance ya? Mas, ini video ini.
Bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin join ke room ataupun melihat presenter memaparkan materinya, bisa masuk langsung ke roomnya, tinggal milih breakout room, terus tinggal pilih join ke room yang diinginkan, atau memang kalau tidak ada bisa menggantikan namanya ataupun menambahkan namanya dengan room yang ingin dimasukkan. Terima kasih. Ibu Fitri mau masuk berapa Ibu? Kalau boleh tahu, biar kami bantu. Ibu Fitri mau join ke mana biar kami bantu masuknya? Belum kedengaran, Bu?
Room 3.
Room 3 ya, Bu Fitri ya. Terima.
Ya.
Silakan di-assign, Bu. Room 3.
Oh, siap.
Udah di calling tadi. Tanpa login bisa, tadi udah dikasih tahu, Bu. Tanpa login, Bu. bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin masuk ataupun join ke room panelis bisa langsung masuk ke melalui breakout room dan pilih room mana yang ingin di-join. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum Prof. Dedi. Mau masuk ke room berapa ya Prof? Room 7 ya Prof. Kami join ke room 7 ya Prof. Silakan desain Prof. Terima kasih. Kabut ya kan. Sini.
Assalamualaikum, Pak.
Iya Pak, gimana Pak?
Pak, saya mau izin pindah barusan room 2 ke room 5 boleh?
Atas nama
Muhammad Rifki Faisal
room 2,
ke room 5.
Muhammad Rizky Faisal ke room 5. Oh, terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak, Pak.
Halo, Anggi,
Pak, ya.
Anggi bisa masukin ke roomnya Nanda nggak? Room 5.
Baik Pak.
Room 5 ya. Oke.
Si bapak ada buat ini segala kita. 500 meters. Turn right.